My dad's second marriage, the celebrity beauty boss turns out to be my sister. Where is this? Lin Yuan looked around at the luxurious home decor, feeling completely confused. Splash, splash. Hearing the sound of water from not too far away, Lin Yuan focused his gaze. Wasn't that the bathroom? Besides the sound of water, there were some faint noises. It sounded like a woman's voice, like silver bells. It dawned on him, he was in a strange woman's house. Didn't I get drunk? How did I end up here? Whose house is this? Just then, the bathroom door opened. A woman wrapped in a bath towel walked out. With a seductive face, a high nose, and a mouth slightly open as if dripping with charm, she emerged from the bathroom surrounded by mist, looking like a figure straight out of a painting. Isn't he this young, am I? Lin Yuan stared at the beautiful woman emerging from the bath in front of him, slightly stunned. How did I end up in Yang Mi's house? Is this a dream? Yang Mi sensed Lin Yuan's strange gaze. Her peach-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, her brows furrowed, and she raised her delicate, jade-like hand. Her slender fingers twisted his ear with a sudden jerk, and she lightly scolded, Lin Yuan. What are you looking at? Lin Yuan quickly reacted, clutching his ear and saying, I didn't mean to. HMPH, cut out your thoughts. I'm your sister. Hurry up and get ready, we're having dinner soon. Yang Mi said, her eyes narrowing once more as she glared at him before turning and leaving with a seductive sway of her hips. Lin Yuan was left in a daze. The superstar Yang Mi just said she's my sister? If it weren't for the slight pain in his ear, he would have thought this was all a dream. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Lin Yuan's head. It felt like his brain was being forcefully filled with an overwhelming amount of information. After about 5 minutes, the pain subsided. Lin Yuan walked to the bathroom and splashed some cold water on his face, processing the information in his mind. I've time traveled. And my dear old dad married Yang Mi's mom. Today is the day the two families are meeting officially. And I'm now the younger brother of the celebrity Yang Mi. Isn't this a trap for the son? Lin Yuan sighed deeply. Other people time travel and end up collecting rent or raising fish. But why does mine have to be so intense? After being a couch potato his whole life, Lin Yuan just wanted to enjoy a simple, carefree life this time. But now, with a superstar sister like Yang Mi. Going out to pick up takeout. I'll need to hide my identity. Lin Yuan sighed again and glanced at himself in the mirror. His mood lightened a bit. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, tall and well-built, he is a top-tier handsome guy. With this appearance, he could definitely be a top celebrity in the entertainment industry. Lin Yuan admired himself for a moment before quickly dismissing the idea. Being a celebrity is exhausting. Once you become popular, you're always running from one event to the next. You have no freedom, and if you date someone, it's all over the headlines. Better to just be a carefree, couch potato, and live peacefully. Ding! Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Yuan's head. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the God-level sign-in system. This system gives random rewards for daily sign-ins. Please remember to sign in every day and be a person who knows the value of persistence. Is this it? Lin Yuan listened to the mechanical voice in his mind and looked at the daily sign-in interface that appeared in front of him, similar to a mobile game. Is this my golden finger? Seems a bit simple. Without thinking much, Lin Yuan instinctively clicked on the sign-in button for the first day. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your first sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 1 million yuan. Oh? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This system is interesting, directly giving money? His phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a bank notification. 1 million yuan, exactly 6 zeros. Nice. Lin Yuan happily put away his phone. This was 1 million yuan. Forget 1 million, in both his lifetimes combined, Lin Yuan had never even saved up 10,000 yuan. And judging by the account information, there was no issue with the source of the funds. If it's 1 million every day, in 1 quarter, he could achieve his small goal. Lin Yuan sighed. The sign-in system looks simple, but it's actually very impressive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yuan's father, who had called him several times, spoke with a confused expression. What's up with this kid? I called him several times and he didn't answer. What's going on? Yang Mi's mother smiled and said, he's probably shy. Mi, why don't you go check on your brother and tell him it's time for dinner? Okay. Yang Mi nodded and walked toward the bathroom. Suddenly, she remembered that she had just taken a shower and her clothes were still there. She also recalled Lin Yuan's gaze just now. Lin Yuan hasn't said anything for so long. Could he be? The two of them were not blood-related siblings, so it was natural that Lin Yuan might have other thoughts. Yang Mi quickly dismissed the thought and quickened her pace toward the bathroom. When she reached the bathroom door, she saw Lin Yuan washing his hands. She frowned, then immediately turned her gaze toward the storage box. Thankfully, everything is untouched. Lin Yuan, dinner's ready. Yang Mi sighed in relief and spoke coolly. Okay. Lin Yuan glanced at Yang Mi and nodded casually before heading toward the dining room. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of enjoying life to the fullest now that he had the system. With this system, my exciting world is just beginning. Why settle for homegrown flowers when wild ones are more exciting? Especially if their homegrown ones are cold and indifferent. As Lin Yuan walked faster, Yang Mi stood there frozen. What was that about? She had just noticed a hint of disdain in Lin Yuan's gaze. Did he just look down on me? Yang Mi felt a wave of frustration. This kind of dismissive gaze was rare for her. Since becoming famous, she hadn't experienced this much. The most she'd received was a few critiques about her acting. Am I really getting old? Has my charm faded? She looked at herself in the bathroom mirror. I'm still beautiful and captivating. Could he be playing hard to get? Yang Mi thought, considering testing her cheap brother. Mi, dinner's ready. What are you doing in the bathroom? A voice from afar interrupted her thoughts. Coming. Yang Mi quickly adjusted her makeup and clothes to look more alluring before heading toward the dining room. Lin Yuan, who had been walking toward the dining room, couldn't help but look back at Yang Mi as she gracefully walked toward him. Though I don't want to interact too much with this cheap sister, it's fine to admire their view from time to time. Chapter 2, Big Sister got so mad, she cried right on the spot. Lin Yuan shivered as he felt Yang Mi's gaze on him. A bad premonition slowly formed in his mind. Could it be that this annoying sister is plotting something against me? No way. I have to take control of the situation. Lin Yuan immediately sat upright, eyes forward, looking obedient, like a well-behaved neighbor boy waiting for dinner with his family, though secretly observing everything around him. Yang Mi, noticing this, couldn't help but smirk. She pushed her hair behind her ears, placed her hands on her hips, and thought to herself, HMPH, let's see how long you can keep up that act. Big star. What are you trying to pull here? Do you think this is a press conference for your drama? Sit down and eat already. At that moment, Yang Mi's mother, Yang Chunling, said, clearly displeased. Yang Chunling was a little irritated now. Today was the first time the two families were meeting for a meal, and first impressions were important. She had just found her true love in Lin Yuan's father, but now her daughter was acting up in front of her. Was she trying to stir things up on purpose? Yang Mi knew the importance of today, so she quickly apologized and sat down. However, she shot Lin Yuan a glare. It's all his fault for embarrassing her. Lin Yuan, pretending not to see, kept his eyes focused on the delicious food in front of him. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized something. So, big sister Mi is afraid of her mom. Well, she won't be able to blame me for being ruthless now. The sharp-eyed Yang Chunling saw everything. She watched Lin Yuan, sitting obediently with a proper posture, and couldn't help but smile. What a good kid, so well behaved. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Handsome, tall, and strong just like her daughter said, he was definitely top-tier celebrity material. But, why did he look so nervous? Earlier, Lin Yuan's father had mentioned that Lin Yuan was a shy, introverted child. Thinking of how Yang Mi had acted earlier, Yang Chunling suddenly wondered, could it be that Yang Mi had bullied him? She didn't find it impossible. Yang Mi could be a bit of a handful when she got worked up. As she thought about it, Yang Chunling's mind shifted, and she decided that if there was a problem, it had to be solved immediately, especially in a single-parent family like theirs. Nothing could be left to fester. Xiao Yuan, was there some kind of misunderstanding with your sister just now? Yang Chunling asked with concern. Mom. Lin Yuan was about to say no. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not having any kind of conflict with Lin. Xiao Yuan. Yang Mi hurriedly interjected. She definitely didn't want Lin Yuan to speak. That little brat could be sneaky, and if he said something bad about her, her mom would surely punish her. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's father, Lin Baoshan, also spoke up. Chunling, maybe you misunderstood. Xiao Yuan is just a little shy. Lin Yuan was confused. Was his dad really so easily bought off? Was he already defending Yang Mi? If this continued, how could his plans work out? Yang Mi, seeing the change in Lin Yuan's expression, sneered inwardly, you really think you can outwit me? Even your dad is on my side. But the next moment, Yang Chunling spoke up again, you two be quiet. I want to hear what Xiao Yuan has to say. She had clearly noticed the change in Lin Yuan's expression and the look on her daughter's face. From her intuition, something was fishy here. Only then did Lin Yuan finally lift his head and glanced at Yang Mi. He secretly peeked at her. Yang Mi immediately narrowed her eyes, straightened her posture, and subtly swayed her body as if to warn, if you say anything, I'll expose the fact that you were peeping on me. Lin Yuan immediately looked down, his voice trembling slightly as he said, Auntie, you misunderstood, I don't have any conflict with Big Sister Yang Mi. Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Lin Yuan was still sensible. But just then, she sensed an ominous aura. She quickly looked up, only to see the source of the killing intent. It was her own mother, who was smiling but in a way that seemed a bit chilling. Yang Mi's confident smile froze, and she could clearly feel her body trembling. The atmosphere grew heavy. Lin Yuan, seeing her reaction, looked at her with a smile, as if saying, how is my acting? Yang Mi was both angry and anxious, wanting to lash out, but afraid of her mother. She could only grind her teeth and swallow her anger. Right now, she was dying to punch her bratty little brother. Lin Baoshan, seeing the situation escalate, immediately tried to mediate. Chunling, forget it. The kids are just playing around. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Lin Yuan was stunned. His dad hadn't just been bribed, he had completely been brainwashed. How could his dad forget about his own son's misfortune, just for the sake of his future happiness? Lin Yuan had a tragic, almost exaggerated expression, as though he'd been wronged terribly. If he had a mirror, he would have believed he had suffered a great injustice. Yang Chunling, seeing Lin Yuan's pitiful expression, immediately said, Old Lin, stop talking. I know my daughter well. She's usually so bossy, and Xiao Yuan is shy. Just look at him, he has clearly been wronged. After coming to this conclusion, she turned to Yang Mi with a serious face and asked, Tell me the truth, did you bully Xiao Yuan? Yang Mi looked at her angry mother and then at Lin Yuan, whose eyes were gleaming with satisfaction. She felt like she was being wronged beyond reason. With all the pressure from her career, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face as she choked on her words. I didn't. It's him, he bullied me. Yang Mi's sudden outburst stunned everyone. Oh no, this is getting out of hand. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that Yang Mi would go so far. She was pulling their damsel in distress act, complete with tears. Lin Baoshan was completely confused. He knew his son well, and there was no way Lin Yuan would bully anyone. He immediately asked, there must be some misunderstanding here. What exactly happened with Xiao Yuan? Old Lin, don't listen to her nonsense, Yang Chunling said, regaining her composure. HMPH. Crying? Don't try to act. I've seen you cry more dramatically than this. Xiao Yuan is such a good kid, and you say he bullied you? Tell me, how did he bully you? Yang Chunling shot back. Yang Mi was speechless. She had cried, and it was real emotion, but her mother thought she was acting. Was her acting really that good? But seeing the look of relief on Lin Yuan's face, Yang Mi became even angrier. She clenched her teeth and said, I just got out of the shower, and he was peeking at me. She finally let it all out, he was staring at me, not even blinking. Lin Yuan was stunned. He never expected her to say that she was so bold. How was he supposed to explain this now? Just then, Yang Chunling, without hesitation, said, peeking? This is your fault. Mine. Yang Mi was speechless. How could a mother ever blame her daughter like that? Chapter 3, Mastering Musical Instruments at a Divine Level. Lin Yuan was a little dizzy. It seemed like this stepmother was even bolder than Yang Mi. At this moment, Yang Chunling continued, every time you finish your bath, you wrap yourself in a smaller towel. Little Yuan has just turned 18, he's in the prime of his youth, naturally curious about the opposite sex. As an older sister, you should educate and guide him, but instead, you're blaming him. Lin Yuan was floored. With a stepmother like this, wasn't Yang Mi completely at his mercy now? It's my fault, Mom, I was wrong. Yang Mi quickly wiped away her grievance and spoke seriously. She knew there was no way to explain this now. Since her mom thought she was wrong, she would just have to accept it and correct her mistake. Good, that's better. Now, apologize to little Yuan, Yang Chunling said with satisfaction. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you. From now on, I'll listen to Mom and educate you properly, Yang Mi said, giving Lin Yuan a kind smile. Lin Yuan, who had just been happy, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if Yang Mi had sprouted devilish horns above her head. My sister Yang Mi is trying to harm me. What should I do? Waiting for a solution. Very urgent. All right, little Yuan, don't be mad at Mi anymore. We're family now, Lin Baoshan interjected, trying to smooth things over. Sis, I won't peek again next time, Lin Yuan said, following the lead. After all, they were family, and there was no need to make things so awkward. Besides, Yang Mi's tearful look didn't seem like acting after all. In his past life, Yang Mi wasn't exactly a great actress. Yang Chunling looked at the reconciled siblings and happily urged, let us eat. If we don't, the food will get cold. After dinner, Yang Chunling suddenly said, Mi, you meet a lot of girls in your line of work. Pay more attention and see if there is anyone suitable for little Yuan. You can introduce them. Yang Mi immediately became unhappy. Lin Yuan was such a bad person she didn't want him ruining her friends. Her large eyes turned, and she quickly said, Mom, there is no decent girls in the entertainment industry. Isn't little Yuan still in college? College relationships are much purer. Yang Chunling nodded, saying, that's true. Your father and I are flying tonight. You need to help little Yuan with this. Lin Yuan was confused, looking at his dad. Lin Baoshan explained, your mom and I are going on our honeymoon. We've decided to take 6 months to travel the world. You stay at home, study well, and listen to Mi. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart sank. Without his 2 pillars of support, wouldn't he be completely under Yang Mi's control? No, I need to spend some money and find a place to rent. Yang Mi, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Once her mom and stepdad were gone, she would have free rein to make Lin Yuan pay for the grievances she suffered today. Mom, Uncle Lin, don't worry, I'll take good care of little Yuan and fulfill my role as his older sister. Yang Mi said, looking at Lin Yuan with a caring expression. Lin Yuan shivered under her gaze. The coming days were going to be tough. I have to find a place tomorrow. After sending off Lin Baoshan and his wife, it seemed like the after effects of his time travel had kicked in, and Lin Yuan collapsed on his bed, exhausted. The next morning, the first thing Lin Yuan did when he woke up was open the sign-in system. He tapped on the sign-in option for the day. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Mastery of Musical Instruments. In that instant, Lin Yuan felt as though countless memories and knowledge related to musical instruments flooded his mind. He remembered playing the guqin with Bo Ye on a mountain top. He also recalled performing timeless piano classics in a small Nordic town. He had once carried a guitar, traveling across rivers and mountains, using music to tell the hardships and warmth of life. These cycles seemed to happen in the blink of an eye, seamlessly merging with Lin Yuan's being. Suddenly, an electric current surged through Lin Yuan's entire body, and his hands tingled with pain. After a while, Lin Yuan looked up, casually moved his hands, and noticed his fingers had become longer, more flexible, and stronger. His heart was now filled with an overwhelming love for music, driving him to pick up his old profession again. Lin Yuan shook his head, knowing that this wasn't his own thought, but the influence of the reward. After a simple wash, Lin Yuan stepped out of his room. The house was empty. Yang Mi had gone to work. From what Yang Chunling and Lin Baoshan had said, Yang Mi was under a lot of stress lately, especially with her studio handling a lot of negative press. After a brief understanding of the situation the previous night, Lin Yuan realized that the entertainment industry in this world was similar yet different. Some familiar works from his past life didn't exist here, but there were still unique creations that made the entertainment world vibrant. After eating a quick breakfast, Lin Yuan saw the piano on the balcony and couldn't help but feel an itch to play. He strolled over to the piano, gently lifting the black lacquered lid with soft movements, as though caressing a lover. Yamaha GC1. I'll make do with this, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. With just a brief touch, he immediately recognized the grand piano. Thanks to countless memories and knowledge about pianos, not only could Lin Yuan identify a piano, but he could also build one, though it would just depend on the craftsmanship. Adjusting the piano bench to the right height and distance, Lin Yuan sat down, opened the piano lid, and absent-mindedly flipped through some old sheet music. None of it seemed interesting. Sighing, Lin Yuan set the music aside and closed his eyes, letting his fingers rest lightly on the keys. At that moment, Lin Yuan's whole demeanor changed. The sunny, mischievous young man from before transformed into a brooding, melancholic prince. Sunlight filtered through their window, bathing Lin Yuan and the piano in warm light, creating an otherworldly atmosphere as if they were drifting on clouds. Ding! A crisp, clear note rang out, like the sound of celestial music or birdsong in a remote valley, pure and enchanting. Then, Lin Yuan's hands slowly pressed the keys, and a tempest of music began. The gentle opening and the intense, fast-paced music contrasted sharply. This was a piece beloved by virtuoso musicians in his past life, Flight of the Bumblebee. The song ended, the bumblebee flying away, but Lin Yuan felt unsatisfied. Who knew playing the piano could be so addictive? Shaking his head, Lin Yuan began playing again, this time choosing a pop song, Ningxia. This morning, Yang Mi had just finished an interview program. One of the questions targeted Yang Mi's certification as a singer on her Wikipedia page. She only had one representative song, The Offering of Love, and her singing was heavily reliant on auto-tune. How could she even call herself a singer? Their host's subtle criticism left Yang Mi fuming, but she couldn't react outwardly. She smiled through the interview, enduring the frustration. This year, she was determined to release an album and show everyone how great she truly was. Determined, Yang Mi headed to her studio to meet with her staff about collecting songs. Halfway there, she realized she had forgotten her office keys and turned back home. As she thought about meeting that troublemaking little brother again, she became even more annoyed. Suddenly, a beautiful piano melody wafted through their hallway and into her ears. What song is this? It sounds so good. My mood just lifted. Following the music, she walked toward it, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. Isn't this my home? Has my house been broken into? Or is there a musical master inside? Chapter 4, Don't ask, just say, The Gift of Love. HMPH, this brother of mine is so careless. He actually let a stranger into our house. I need to teach him a lesson. Yang Mi thought to herself, quietly opening the door. Although she planned to scold Lin Yuan, she still wanted to meet this piano master. What if he was a Prince Charming? Click tilde. Yang Mi gently closed the door behind her and tiptoed toward the living room. She peeked her head around the corner. Below the balcony, a melancholic piano prince was playing, his fingers dancing gracefully over the keys. Each beautiful note tugged at Yang Mi's heartstrings. Especially with the sunlight streaming in, the man playing the piano appeared even more captivating. Wow, this guy is so handsome. The piece he was playing was unfamiliar but sounded amazing. But why does his back look so familiar? Yang Mi looked at the man's back, puzzled, her mind working quickly. The sorrowful music paired so well with his melancholic aura. For some reason, Yang Mi felt a surge of maternal instinct, as if she wanted to comfort this man's wounded heart. She instinctively pulled out her phone and turned on the recording function to check which piano piece it was. Lost in the music, she didn't notice that the performance had ended. The man rose, closed the piano lid, and stretched lazily. Tilde, that felt good. Lin Yuan murmured, enjoying the moment. Wait, what? How could it be you? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Lin Yuan. He instinctively turned around to see Yang Mi peeking her head into the living room, looking shocked. When did she come back? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, wondering if she had snuck in while he was playing. But seeing the disbelief on Yang Mi's face, Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Hey, didn't he expect it, did you? Wasn't my piano performance amazing? Lin Yuan grinned at the stunned Yang Mi. Yang Mi was still frozen, processing what she had just witnessed. Wasn't he supposed to be a piano prince? Wasn't he supposed to be a melancholic youth? How did he turn into my troublesome little brother? I even felt sorry for him just now. Such an actor. Yang Mi couldn't help but mutter. She had already witnessed Lin Yuan's acting skills yesterday, and today he was playing the role of a melancholic piano prince. Lin Yuan heard her comment and was displeased. With my skills, if I held a solo concert, someone like you wouldn't even be able to buy a ticket. You should be grateful that you got to see me perform live. You really don't know anything, Lin Yuan said with a dismissive look. Yang Mi felt her anger rising again. He was giving her that look again. This brat dared to look down on me? In just 2 days, he had already disrespected her twice. At this rate, where would her authority as an older sister go? Phut, what are you acting so proud for? You can barely play the piano, and the piece you just played was so unfamiliar. Who knows if you just copied it from someone else? Who even cares about hearing you perform live? Yang Mi retorted. This only confirmed her suspicions. This idiot little brother definitely couldn't have composed such a beautiful piece. He must have been playing someone else's composition. The summer insect can't talk about ice, truly ignorant and brainless. Lin Yuan said as he walked into his room. She didn't even appreciate art, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. I'll make you regret this, Lin Yuan. Yang Mi shouted at his door. This brat was getting more and more arrogant. How dare he call her brainless? And what was that summer insect can't talk about ice phrase supposed to mean? Fuming, Yang Mi grabbed her phone and searched for the phrase's meaning. When she found the explanation, she was even angrier. Summer insect can't talk about ice essentially meant that someone was a frog in a well. I've been in the industry for years, and you're calling me a frog in a well. Just because you can quote some classical Chinese doesn't make you special. You're dead tonight. Yang Mi muttered as she put her phone away and walked out after finding her office keys. Meanwhile, on the internet, the interview video from this morning was released. As a top trending figure, Yang Mi already had a huge fan base, so the video quickly gained massive views and a flood of comments. First, claiming my wife, big honey. Upstairs, stop drinking and take some antibiotics. Beauty overload. Orsel. Didn't he expect Yang Mi to dare attend an interview with the notorious trash talker Jin Jing? She's got guts. Looking at the list of questions, this was practically a confrontation with her scandals. The entire video mainly featured Yang Mi's opinions on some of the recent rumors surrounding her. It started off as a typical QA interview, but under the guidance of the sharp-tongued Jin Jing, it almost turned into a debate, with some questions that made Yang Mi uncomfortable. One of the most discussed topics was the issue of her being certified as a singer. Jin Jing's mouth is truly venomous. How could she question my title as a singer? Well, what's her hit song then? Don't ask, just say The Gift of Love. Har har, this cracks me up. She can't even act well, but she keeps trying to branch out into other fields. She really knows how to self-promote. As the topic heated up, the video quickly became a trending topic on Weibo. Is Yang Mi really a singer? What hit song does Yang Mi have? Jin Jing strikes again. This sparked a wave of online activity, especially from netizens who had always disliked Yang Mi and rival fan clubs. They started to fan the flames online. It felt like her career was on the verge of collapsing, as if overnight, Yang Mi had become a plastic celebrity. Some marketing accounts, aiming for the heat, even released overly exaggerated headlines that seemed almost too absurd. Shocking. Former third-tier star Yang Mi becomes famous overnight, relying on Smash. Yang Mi, seeing the headline on her phone, was so enraged she threw the phone to the ground. Her newly established studio was still unstable, and with her recently filmed drama yet to be aired, she was facing heavy storms just as a piece of bad news broke. It felt like when it rains, it pours. At that moment, an employee walked in, noticing her furious expression and not daring to speak. Is there something? Yang Mi asked. The employee hesitated and spoke softly, Boss, we can find the original creator of the song in your phone's recording. We asked around, and some people even praised the composer's skill. Do you still want us to keep searching? Yarn Mi paused for a moment, then replied, forget it. Don't worry about it. Focus on gathering songs for me. This time, I'm going to release a comeback album. After the employee left, Yarn Mi opened the phone recording and played Lin Yuan's piano piece. She thought about what the employee had said and fell into deep thought. Could it be that this bad little brother knew some hidden master? If she could meet such a musical genius, maybe her album would have a chance after all. Chapter 5, The Lore of It Smells Good. After a long and tiring day, Yarn Mi finally dragged her exhausted body home, her mind still full of thoughts about the mysterious musician. She stood at the door, hesitating, not quite ready to open it. She had spent the entire day dealing with haters and online trolls, and had made no progress in securing any music. Most of the time, when people heard it was Yarn Mi asking, they just turned her down. Those who didn't asked for outrageous terms, wanting a big payout. Her spirits, which had been high at the beginning of the day, now felt deflated. Was she really going to be taken advantage of? No. She couldn't let it happen. Tonight, she was going to force Lin Yuan to tell her about that music master he knew. With a deep breath, she shook off the frustration and forced herself to focus, opening the door. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw 3 freshly opened large boxes in the living room. Upon closer inspection, they were all instrument packages. Just then, she heard the sound of pleasant, lively music coming from Lin Yuan's room. What was going on? Curious, Yarn Mi walked toward his door. She pressed her ear against it and heard a clear male voice along with the sweet sound of a guitar. That girl told me, she said I'm the one who protects her dreams. She said people like her are rare in this world. She slowly forgot me, but she didn't know. I, who was scarred, never loved again. Another unfamiliar piece of music. But this time it had lyrics, and the melody was catchy. Yarn Mi was shocked. A song like this could definitely become popular. But from the sound of it, this was clearly Lin Yuan singing. 2 pieces of music in one day was proof that her troublesome little brother was very close to that music master. She had to meet this genius musician. With renewed determination, Yarn Mi thought to herself, for the studio, and to prove myself. Even if this little brother of hers was a bit of a troublemaker. The song continued, the melody still pleasant to the ear. That girl said I was a thief. Stealing her memories and filling them in my mind. I don't need freedom, I just want to carry her dreams. Step by step, moving forward. The love she gave was always light. Lin Yuan placed the guitar he had bought that afternoon down and took a sip of water. Looking at the sheet music and lyrics he had just written, he sighed. Despite having the master of musical instruments ability, which allowed him to perfectly control his sense of music, pitch, and emotions, singing and playing were 2 very different things. He wasn't satisfied with his performance. The melody was great, but his singing was far from perfect. He might as well not have sung at all. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach growled. After a busy day of moving instruments, playing, and singing, he was starving. Lin Yuan put away his guitar and headed for the kitchen. As he opened the door, suddenly, a woman leaned into him. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Lin Yuan froze, unsure how to react. Who was this? Was this the main character trope? He looked down and met Yarn Mi's flirtatious, sultry eyes. What the hell? Without thinking, Lin Yuan pushed her arm away. Could this be another scam artist trying to take advantage of him? He quickly checked around, worried that if this woman recorded the scene and sent it to his father, he'd be in big trouble. Fortunately, there was nothing. Lin Yuan sighed in relief. Fire, theft, and Yarn Mi better be careful from now on. Meanwhile, Yarn Mi stared at Lin Yuan's actions, completely confused. Just a moment ago, she had leaned into his embrace, and for a brief moment, it felt warm and comfortable. She had planned to play the beauty card, to charm him into revealing the identity of the mysterious music master. She had even used her acting skills, gazing at him with eyes full of longing to stir something in his heart. But the next moment, she was coldly pushed away. What was worse, Lin Yuan looked at her with a suspicious and offensive look. Her anger flared up instantly. What the hell? I'm naturally beautiful, my figure is perfect, and I throw myself at you, yet you act like you've seen a ghost. What's your problem? However, Yang Mi stopped herself from getting too angry. This was a critical moment, and she quickly plastered a smile on her face. Xiao Yuan, I was listening to your singing just now, and I got lost in it. I didn't know you'd come out. Are you okay? I'm fine, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head, and quickly made a 360-degree turn before heading to the kitchen. As he got closer, he asked, Did you eat? No, I'm starving. How about hot pot? Let us go together, sister will treat you. Yang Mi suggested, trying to build some rapport with her troublesome little brother. Food was the perfect way to do it. No thanks, hot pot's too greasy. I'll cook myself, Lin Yuan responded as he entered the kitchen, preparing the ingredients he bore today. As he did, Lin Yuan's mind raced. No good deed goes unpunished. She's up to something, I can tell. Just to be cautious, he made an extra serving. Yang Mi stood nearby, watching Lin Yuan cook, deep in thought. How can I get through to this stubborn little brother? Recalling how Lin Yuan had peeked at her the day before, she suddenly had an idea. Should I use seduction? No, that might be too risky. She shook her head and began to overthink. Soon enough, Lin Yuan finished cooking. The meal was simple: 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup, spicy chicken cubes, water-boiled pork slices, stir-fried greens, and a black chicken soup. They were all home-style dishes. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Yuan, an orphan in his past life and raised in a single-parent family in this life, was more than capable in the kitchen. As for the quality, judging by the way Yang Mi was swallowing, it was definitely delicious. Dinner's ready. Stop standing there looking stupid. With a sister like you, I really worry about my life, Lin Yuan said seriously. You, forget it. Yang Mi replied, looking at the food and the teasing little brother. She decided to focus on the meal. She dished up her food, making sure Lin Yuan was eating too, and only then did she take a bite. Delicious. Yang Mi complimented. She hadn't expected this bad little brother to be so multi-talented, playing piano and guitar, singing so well, cooking delicious meals, and looking handsome. He was basically the perfect boyfriend material. But why was he so cold toward her? Yang Mi was confused, but it didn't last long as she buried herself in the food. Once she had eaten her fill, she remembered the real reason for being here, the music master. She quickly walked up behind Lin Yuan, who was washing the dishes, and gently whispered in his ear, My dear little brother, I have a question for you. You have to tell me the truth, okay? Lin Yuan was startled by the sudden voice, nearly dropping the bowl in his hand. Seeing his reaction, Yang Mi knew that this little brother still couldn't resist his sister's charm. She decided to press on with a more seductive tone. The piano piece you played today, and the song you sang earlier, who wrote them? Could you introduce me to the composer? I'll reward you. This vixen. Lin Yuan cursed in his mind. Just now, Yang Mi had used her fox spirit powers, luring him in with her charm. He could feel himself getting a little flustered. But no, he had to stop her before things got out of hand. Actually, I wrote both songs, Lin Yuan said casually. The reward didn't matter to him. What mattered was stopping Yang Mi's scheming. He looked at her stunned expression and continued, Now that you know the author, where's my reward? Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly. The reward is definitely worth a try. Chapter 6, Sister has something even better. Reward. Reward you, you big-headed ghost. Yang Mi saw Lin Yuan's sly smile just now. She raised her hand and slapped Lin Yuan on the head. Lin Yuan was stunned by the sudden attack, touched his head and said, Why don't you keep your word? I told you that I wrote these 2 songs, and you hit me. If you were the author, I would be the queen of the Golden Melody Awards. Yang Mi said with disgust. She didn't believe that Lin Yuan in front of her had such talent. If he was really that good, Lin Yuan would have been famous long ago. Har har, believe it or not, anyway, what I said is true. Lin Yuan said unhappily. He was very helpless. No one believed him when he told the truth. What's wrong with this society? There is no more basic trust between people. Yang Mi saw Lin Yuan's expression and couldn't make up her mind for a while. Could it be that these 2 songs were really written by Lin Yuan? Did you really write it? Yang Mi asked tentatively. Nonsense. If you can find a second author in this world, I won't believe Lin. Lin Yuan said solemnly. What's the name of the song? Nocturne in F sharp major, and that girl said to me. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Yang Mi picked up her phone and started searching. Lin Yuan was not panicked at all when he saw this. Not to mention the works of these two songs, even the original authors are not recorded in this world. If Yang Mi can find them, it's a ghost. Sure enough, Yang Mi put away her phone with a look of disappointment. Not to mention the clues of the author, she didn't even find the songs. But soon, she became excited. In this way, doesn't it mean that what Lin Yuan said is true? My bad brother is actually a music tycoon. Doesn't it mean that my album has been found? Yang Mi happily held Lin Yuan's arm and said gently, Brother, can you help me? The sudden tenderness made Lin Yuan feel a little at a loss. Lin Yuan quickly pulled his arm away from the abyss and said with a vigilant face, No, if I help you, you will not end well. Yang Mi was stunned and remembered that she had just hit Lin Yuan. Looking at Lin Yuan's vigilant look, she couldn't help but feel that this brother in front of her was quite cute. It seems that he was wronged just now. After all, he is still a child. Yang Mi raised her hand and put it on Lin Yuan's head, touching it gently, like stroking the fur of a pet. She whispered, Okay, sister just blamed you wrongly. I didn't know you were so powerful. But she didn't expect that when she looked at Lin Yuan with a soft look. I saw Lin Yuan looking at her with a caring look for the mentally retarded. Are you sick? I don't have any medicine here. See a doctor as soon as possible, otherwise there is no cure. Lin Yuan said expressionlessly. The series of actions just now made Lin Yuan feel that the woman in front of him was probably crazy. Okay, let's be frank, I want you to help me write a song, you can set any conditions. Yang Mi finally reacted. I was indeed a little stupid just now, and was deceived by my brother who looked harmless but was actually black-bellied and mean. Before talking about this, you have to fulfill your promise first, right? Lin Yuan said. Yang Mi heard this, pondered for a moment and said, No problem, then I will reward you, the right not to be beaten within a week. You can have fun alone, I want to rest. Lin Yuan said and walked towards the room. He almost laughed out loud, isn't this funny? So not being beaten is a reward. Seeing this, Yang Mi hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yuan's arm, saying, Then tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Lin Yuan paused and looked at Yang Mi carefully, from top to bottom, from front to side. It just fits the poem, looking from the side, it's a mountain, looking from the side, it's a peak, different from far and near, high and low. It has to be said that Yang Mi is impeccable in terms of appearance and figure. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan's appearance and sneered in her heart. It seems that she was right. This brother definitely has improper thoughts about her. But this also suits Yang Mi's heart. She is not afraid of dealing with a pervert, but she is afraid that Lin Yuan will not change his mind. Now it is very simple. Thinking of this, Yang Mi raised her arm and fanned in front of her and said, Oh, it's a bit hot. While talking, Yang Mi took off her black professional uniform. Then she twisted her body and stretched lazily. At this time, Yang Mi bent down again, raised her head towards Lin Yuan, blinked her big watery eyes and said, Brother, have you thought about it? Sister is so tired of waiting Tilder. She leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered, He Tilder, if you help sister write a song, there will be better ones, do you want to see it? Lin Yuan just felt suffocated. Chapter 7, Women are made of water. Faced with a powerful enemy, Lin Yuan quickly held back his six senses and silently recited the heart purification mantra. Lin Yuan quickly pushed Yang Mi away, forced himself to calm down and said, Don't worry, you are acting well, why do you suddenly want to sing? Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Yang Mi's indignation rose again. HMPH, it's all the fault of that poisonous mouth Jin Jing, who kept harping on my singer status in the encyclopedia certification and kept attacking me, and then the black fans and those water armies on the internet followed suit. Originally, the studio has just been established and the works have not been released. Now I am called a vars again. I urgently need to produce works to correct the reputation. As Yang Mi spoke, her big eyes even rippled, and she looked at Lin Yuan with a pitiful face. Lin Yuan was moved by this. It seemed that the negative news had already made Yang Mi a little breathless. Without Yang Mi saying it, he could guess that the process of collecting songs was not smooth. In fact, others are not wrong. You have no singing skills, no music theory foundation, and a bad voice. It's okay to talk, but your singing is not good. It's normal to be criticized. Lin Yuan said truthfully. Yang Mi was even more sad when she heard it. She also knew her shortcomings, but being said by her brother was a tenfold blow. Lin Yuan didn't notice Yang Mi's mood swings, and then said, "If you ask me, you can't even get the songs right. And now the storm is so big, even if you sell songs, it's probably too expensive." Lin Yuan said, took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo. As expected, all the negative news about Yang Mi was overwhelming. For any artist, it's a crisis of dark clouds pressing down on the city. No matter how strong Yang Mi is, she is just a weak woman after all. R. Tilde. Lin Yuan sighed and said, "Strictly speaking, I don't want to write a song for you. After all, I have very high requirements for music, and you don't meet the standards at all." Since obtaining their God-level instrument mastery, Lin Yuan's requirements for music have become more and more strict, and Yang Mi can't meet his singer standards at all. Yang Mi saw Lin Yuan's serious look and could already guess what Lin Yuan would say next. For a while, this became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I was using beauty tricks and playing the victim, but this brother was still unwilling to help me. I feel so wronged. It was so sad. Yang Mi's nose twitched, she sobbed, and tears fell one by one. "It's fine if you don't help me, but why do you have to say it again? It's already very uncomfortable." While speaking, Yang Mi's tears were like a floodgate, pouring out all the recent irritability and sadness. She looked so pitiful with tears in her eyes. "It's over. There's a big problem." Lin Yuan secretly said that it was not good when he saw this. Why is she crying again? Is this what is called, women are made of water? Lin Yuan quickly took out a tissue and handed it over, ready to comfort Yang Mi. But Yang Mi pushed him away. "Go away, you bad brother, you only know how to bully your sister." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard this. It seems that Yang Mi has a big misunderstanding of him. He walked up, patted Yang Mi's back, and said gently, "Although you are not in good condition, I am here, I will definitely let you fight a beautiful turnaround. Isn't it just writing songs? Are 2 songs enough?" Yang Mi couldn't believe what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan agreed to her. "And write 2 songs. The next moment, she was about to raise her head to confirm with Lin Yuan. She saw Lin Yuan with a gentle smile, gently wiping her tears with a tissue. Feeling the warmth of Lin Yuan's palm on her back, Yang Mi only felt that she was extremely at ease at this moment. It seemed that at this moment, all problems would be solved as long as Lin Yuan was in front of her. "It's a pity that he is my younger brother." Yang Mi is also a woman who has seen great storms. Knowing that she is only mentally and physically fragile now, it is inevitable that she will feel dependent on the man who releases good intentions. She put away her distracting thoughts and asked, "Are you really willing to help me write a song?" Lin Yuan said with a firm face, "Of course, these black fans say this about my sister online. As a younger brother, I must take action." After getting the promise, Yang Mi felt happy. Lin Yuan looked at Yang Mi with a happy face, and his heart moved. He smiled evilly and said, "Besides, I am the only one in this world who can confront you, no one else can." Looking at Lin Yuan's somewhat overbearing declaration, Yang Mi felt that this younger brother was quite reliable, but after carefully thinking about this sentence, she grabbed Lin Yuan's ear with her backhand. "If I give you some color, you will go to the sky and make a rainbow. And you are the only one who can confront me. If you keep pulling, I won't write a song for you. Humph, if you don't write, I will call my parents and say you bully me." For a while, the brother and sister quarreled together. Chapter 8, definitely popular all over the country. You don't have a long breath. When you say the last sentence, you must take a breath here, otherwise you can't reach the high note. Okay, brother, you have said it no less than 300 times. My ears are all calloused. You should also pay attention to the pronunciation of the lyrics. You must lean towards the direction of sweet first love, understand? Yeah, I promise to complete the task. In the business car, Lin Yuan looked at the confident Yang Mi with a worried face, and suddenly regretted that he agreed to help Yang Mi write a song. From the time he agreed to write the song to today's recording, there were only 5 short days. The sign-in rewards for these 5 days were all cash, and the accumulated amount was almost tens of millions. Unfortunately, he did not get the expected singing skills. Lin Yuan had to make a training plan for Yang Mi based on his experience. According to the plan, at least half a month of basic training was required, and then the song recording was carried out. But it was only the fifth day, and Yang Mi couldn't wait to drag Lin Yuan to the recording studio. Not to mention training, she only remembered the lyrics and pitch. I hope that my sister's half-baked level can perform beyond her normal level later. Lin Yuan thought to himself, sighed and leaned back on the leather seat with his eyes closed. Yang Mi, who was standing by, saw this and stuck out her tongue at Lin Yuan, who was frowning and resting. Humph, you dare to look down on me, I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes later. Although she thought in her heart, the sweat in Yang Mi's palms betrayed her. She didn't want to record the song so soon, but now the fishing reels are getting bigger and bigger, and even some endorsers have begun to contact Yang Mi tentatively. If she doesn't do something, the consequences will be unimaginable. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and drag Lin Yuan to record the song. At least in her heart, with her brother's supervision and the efforts of the sound master, there should be no problem, right? Thinking of this, Yang Mi felt relieved and began to relax her mouth according to the instruction, preparing to record songs. Time passed quickly, and the two came to a recording studio that Yang Mi had found. It is said to be the most expensive private studio in Shanghai, and many first-line celebrities will come here to record songs. It must be said that in this regard, Yang Mi has invested a lot of money to make the song well. The person in charge, Wang Jian, led the way in front, while introducing the equipment, talents and other conditions of the studio, and said it in an exaggerated way, as if the top level in the industry was no more than this. Yang Mi only understood half of it, then tilted her head to look at Lin Yuan and said, "What do you think?" "It's okay, let's try it first," Lin Yuan said casually. "Okay, then let's try it first," Yang Mi said to the person in charge. Wang Jian's face changed when he heard it, but he quickly smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll lead the way for the two of you." Although he smiled on his face, he was secretly complaining in his heart. People in the industry know Yang Mi's musical level. If they hadn't been paid a lot, they wouldn't have been willing to record her songs. The young man next to Yang Mi was even more arrogant, which made him very upset. "What do you mean by, just okay? Who do you think you are? A superstar producer? Why are you pretending to be so awesome?" But thinking of how Yang Mi obeyed the young man's orders, he couldn't get angry. While talking, the three of them came to the recording studio. Wang Jian was about to introduce them, and a middle-aged man with long hair rushed out with excitement. When the middle-aged man with long hair saw Wang Jian, he grabbed his hand and asked, "Old Wang, tell me quickly, which big guy wrote these two songs?" Wang Jian was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, "I don't know, what's wrong with old Li, are these two songs good?" Yang Mi sent the songs to him in the morning, and he sent them to the recording studio without even looking at them. According to news in the industry, no one wrote songs for Yang Mi, and he didn't care. Li Qian sighed and said, "Not only good, I can guarantee that these two songs can be popular all over the country if sung by someone who can't sing." "Really?" Wang Jian didn't believe it. "I'd be lying to you. It's a pity that we don't know who the author is, otherwise we can get to know the big boss," Li Qian said firmly. Wang Jian snatched the music score, took a look at it, and didn't refute it. If this song didn't become popular, he wouldn't believe Wang. For a while, the atmosphere fell silent. Yang Mi was excited. Looking at the music score in Wang Jian's hand, she knew that it was the two songs she faxed in the morning. At first, Lin Yuan said that it could be popular all over the country. Yang Mi didn't believe it, but she thought the melody was nice, at least it was a good song. Now she seemed to have underestimated her brother. Lin Yuan looked calm. After a simple test before, he found that Yang Mi's voice was not unsuitable for singing, but Yang Mi's habitual way of speaking was forward, and her voice was sound and breath, without breath at all. But after adding breath and a little resonance of the mouth and nose, it is sweet with a little hoarseness. It is a flavorful voice, very suitable for singing love songs. So he chose Ningxia and Yuan for Yang Mi according to the situation. Since he has already written it, he should show the best ones. Both songs are very popular in the past life and are quite classic love songs. If they are not popular, it will be a problem. By the way, who sings these two songs? Li Qian suddenly asked. It seems. No. The real owner is here. Wang Jian finally reacted. Why not just ask Yang Mi directly? When he looked at Yang Mi and the others, he saw Lin Yuan's calm face. He felt nervous. Could it be that this young man wrote it? Chapter 9, I don't think so. Li Qian also followed Wang Jian's gaze and looked over. Yang Mi's charming and delicate face was highly recognizable, and Li Qian recognized her at once. Old Wang, are you saying that she got these two songs? Wang Jian nodded. Li Qian was shocked. Yang Mi was helped by a noble person. With the current situation in the entertainment industry, as long as Yang Mi records these two songs and puts them on the shelves, it will definitely be a king bomb. Yang Mi looked at the surprised eyes of the two people and felt very comfortable. You can't imagine that I'm going to make a comeback. She couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan with a softer look. My brother has unlimited potential. I have to work harder and come up with more songs. Wang Jian was sharp-eyed. Seeing this scene, he immediately asked tentatively, Miss Yan, who is the lyricist and composer of these two songs? Can you introduce them? Yang Mi was about to speak. Ahem, sister, let's go record the songs first. Lin Yuan coughed. He didn't want to be exposed, otherwise he would have no peace after these two songs became popular. Yang Mi understood and said, listen to your brother, Mr. Huang, let's go record the songs first. Wang Jian saw this and put away his doubts. They are siblings. It seems that he thought too much. Li Qian looked at the siblings with a strange look on his face. He had never heard that Yang Mi had a brother. Could it be that this was a sister-brother relationship? Do all celebrities like old cows eating young grass? Several people walked into the recording room with different thoughts. Because the song is very good, every performer in the recording room is very well prepared. Everyone simply adjusted it, and the song recording can begin. Looking at the serious faces of the guitarist and others, ready to go. Yang Mi was timid, her palms were sweating, and she was very nervous. If it was filming, she would not be afraid at all, but singing was not her strong point. In addition, she was criticized by Lin Yuan in various ways during the music training these days, and her self-confidence dropped a lot. She subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt Yang Mi's gaze, patted Yang Mi on the shoulder, and said with a sly smile, come on, I'm still waiting for your reward, sister. Pervert. Yang Mi compared her mouth shape and rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan. Thinking of the reward promised to Lin Yuan, her face turned red involuntarily. Such a joke also dispelled Yang Mi's nervousness. The recording of the song was also on track. The first song recorded was Ningxia. As the guitar prelude sounded, Yang Mi quickly got into the state. The sky is full of stars in the quiet summer. I miss your face in my heart. I can pretend not to see it or miss it secretly. Until I touch your warm face. Wang Jian, who was wearing monitoring headphones, breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Yang Mi's singing skills to have improved. There was basically no problem with the song now. Wang Jian put down his headphones and prepared to get close to Yang Mi's lover to see if he could find out the author of the song. But he saw Lin Yuan frowning. Especially when the drum beat sounded, Lin Yuan would shake his head and sigh. What? Could it be that he was not satisfied with our drummer? Wang Jian listened carefully and found no problem at all. He planned to ask for clarification. Hello, sir. I am Wang Jian, the person in charge here. How do you feel? Wang Jian asked with a smile. Lin Yuan, it doesn't feel very good. Lin Yuan said truthfully. This drummer obviously didn't grasp the essence of the whole song. It is a lyrical and soothing love song. But he added obvious intense emotions to some drum beats. Although it would make the rhythm of the whole song more distinct, it would be a waste of time and lose the artistic conception of the song itself. Wang Jian didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so bold. He just said that the equipment and talents here were okay, but now he said it was not good enough. He was a little unhappy and prepared to debate with Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, our studio is one of the best in China. Deng Ziqi's new album was recorded here some time ago. What do you think is not good? A lot of bad, such as this drummer. Lin Yuan said what he thought in his heart. Without waiting for Wang Jian to refute, Lin Yuan began to analyze the problems of guitarists, keyboardists, etc. At first, Wang Jian thought Lin Yuan was talking nonsense, but while listening to Lin Yuan's analysis, he put it into the music being recorded. He found that what kind of shit his subordinates were talking about. Mr. Lin, then you say, do you want to re-record this song? How to solve these problems? Wang Jian asked subconsciously. It is indeed necessary to re-record, and the solution to the problem is also very simple. Let them come down later, and I can do everything. Lin Yuan said lightly. Lin Yuan can't accept that the song he wrote is not played well. Wang Jian was shocked when he heard it. He originally thought that he would ask the teachers to re-record the song after raising questions. But he didn't expect that Lin Yuan wanted to do it himself. Lin Yuan didn't look very old. Although he had a lot of theories, he didn't think that Lin Yuan's instrument playing skills could compare to the teachers on the scene. They were all teachers with at least 10 years of playing experience. When Wang Jian was surprised, the song had already been recorded. How should he tell these teachers later? Chapter 10, Human Piano Integration. They are done. Go tell them. Lin Yuan said as Yang Mi walked out of the singing room. Wang Jian saw that Lin Yuan didn't seem to be joking, so he called the performance teachers together and told them the problems with the performance just now and the solutions. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started arguing. Why? I think I played well. That's right. How can a young boy like him play drums? It's okay if I don't play. If there's a problem later, don't ask me to come again. Old Wang, are you blind? Why are you fooling around? Everyone was very upset. After getting these two songs, they knew they were good songs. They spent a whole morning studying and working out the best performance plan. Now they've been rejected and asked to step down. Who can accept this? I don't think there's any problem. I'll listen to my brother. Yang Mi said at this time. She felt it when she was singing just now. The accompaniment was very different. Usually, when I practiced singing, Lin Yuan played the piano for me, and I could only feel that Lin Yuan was very good at playing. But today, the difference was obvious. She was not happy with her singing, and when she heard that Lin Yuan wanted to accompany her personally, she was the first to agree. Everyone turned to look at Yang Mi, looking at her in surprise. Doesn't she know that the quality of her two songs determines the success of her comeback? Why did she follow suit? Is that young man really good? Yang Mi looked at everyone's eyes and immediately said, besides, you guys are not as good as my brother in playing. Damn. You are an actor, and you still know about playing? Ahem, Miss Yang, are you sure? Li Qian asked in surprise. Of course, I know my brother's level, so you should be prepared to be amazed. Yang Mi said confidently. Everyone stopped talking when they saw this. Since the sponsor said so, they were speechless. They wanted to see how Lin Yuan would solve the accompaniment problem by himself, as there were 7 different kinds of musical instruments here. If he couldn't do it well later, he would definitely ask us to accompany him. So the performance teachers all stood aside, staring at Lin Yuan as if they were watching a show. Yang Mi also reacted at this time and felt a little anxious. Although Lin Yuan played guitar and piano very well, there were so many instruments here. Can my brother handle it by himself? Am I a little reckless? She looked at Lin Yuan anxiously. Lin Yuan felt Yang Mi's gaze, but gave her a reassuring look, and then walked into the recording room by himself. First, he touched each instrument, then plucked some strings, and hit the keyboard and drums. After brewing for a long time, he began to adjust the instrument. This scene made the instrument teachers on the side sneer. This is simply a trick. How can you test the sound like this? Touch it twice, play it twice, and start tuning. There is no need to think about it, Lin Yuan will make a fool of himself later. At this time, Lin Yuan picked up a sampler from the side and connected it to the guitar first. If Lin Yuan wants to complete the accompaniment by himself, he can only choose the method of pre-recording and then integrate it into a complete accompaniment in the later stage. So Lin Yuan started to record separately. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan with a keen eye. Whether he was bragging or really awesome, it would be revealed soon. Lin Yuan was holding the guitar and gently brushing the strings, as if he was feeling something. At the same time, Lin Yuan's temperament changed dramatically. Just now, he was an ordinary and inconspicuous handsome guy, but now he has become a music master, and there is a feeling of unity between man and guitar. The music teachers were also very shocked. It seems that Lin Yuan is not bragging. The guitar teacher was even more surprised. Lin Yuan's current appearance is very similar to the legendary realm that his doctoral supervisor talked about during his doctoral period. Zheng. The fingers plucked the strings, and the music sounded. The jumping notes are like a colorful paintbrush, outlining a summer scene in the entire recording studio. In the picture, there is a pair of men and women, sometimes cuddling, sometimes playing, but very sweet. The music is very soothing, but it is like a huge rock that hits the hearts of every music teacher. If you don't see it with your own eyes, this kind of natural performance may only exist in myths. The teachers all stared with their eyes wide open. Even if they were very excited, they didn't dare to breathe, for fear of destroying the beautiful scene in front of them. The guitar accompaniment is very short, only more than a minute. Under Lin Yuan's superb skills, the recording was completed quickly. Afterwards, before everyone reacted, Lin Yuan completed the recording of instruments such as bass, drums, piccolo, violin, and cello. There was only one keyboard left, which was the recording of the electronic piano. Lin Yuan shook his sweaty hands and said, "Sister, I'm done, we can start recording." At this moment, no one questioned him anymore, and they all looked at Lin Yuan with longing. Yang Mi also walked to the microphone excitedly, looking forward to the recording later. Her brother's performance today really surprised her. Even if he was a treasure boy, he was just like this, right? Chapter 11, I write the word Lin in reverse. Seeing Yang Mi standing in front of and behind the microphone, Lin Yuan's slender hands gently rested on the keyboard, looking at Yang Mi with a smile. Yang Mi looked at her brother's eyes, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. After adjusting for a long time, she took a deep breath and nodded. Ding! Lin Yuan pressed the piano keys just like he practiced singing as usual. The accompaniment recorded in advance was played immediately afterwards. If the previous recording was a trickle of water, then when all the music was integrated together, plus the keyboard played by Lin Yuan, it was a deep and bottomless wangyang. The whole accompaniment seemed to be activated and vivid. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan's affectionate performance and seemed to have someone to sing to for a moment. At this moment, Lin Yuan in front of her was no longer her brother, but the Prince Charming she imagined. A love song has a perfect accompaniment and full of emotions. Compared with the version just recorded, the difference is obvious. It's like there is an insurmountable gap between the anti-sound and the fairy sound. Huang Jian looked at Lin Yuan, who was integrated with the keyboard, and sighed in his heart. He was relieved. Perhaps what Lin Yuan said was just making do. He suddenly remembered that when he was young, he had the honor to listen to a symphony in the Golden Hall of Vienna. Now it seems that it's just like that. If Mr. Lin was given the Golden Hall's equipment to perform, maybe that would be the carnival of the music world. Who would have known that such a music celebrity would stoop here to play the fairy music of the world? The other instrument teachers were already intoxicated, completely intoxicated by the ocean of music created by Lin Yuan himself. It's a pity that the time for a song is always short. The recording of Ningxia was quickly finished. Wow! Applause rang out, and the instrument teachers came forward one after another to express their respect for Lin Yuan. The person who just spoke rudely apologized with great shame. Teacher Lin. Awesome. Teacher Lin, I'm sorry, I was so offensive just now, please forgive me. Lin Yuan just smiled faintly. Music is so simple, awesome is awesome, no need to explain more, just conquer it with strength. The recording of Yuan was very smooth next, but Lin Yuan did not make a move again, but taught the instrument teachers how to perform. Everyone listened to Lin Yuan's teachings without distraction. With such a master's guidance, they are happy to take it, and wish they could remember every word in their hearts. Yang Mi looked at the instrument teachers who looked like elementary school students, and her eyes became softer when she looked at Lin Yuan. It's really a great honor to have such a brother. Except for a little. Yang Mi's face turned red again when she thought of the reward she promised Lin Yuan, but when she thought of Lin Yuan's performance today, she planned to go back and give Lin Yuan a surprise. Teacher Lin, take care. If you have anything in the circle in the future, come to me and I will definitely help you. Huang Jian looked at the brother and sister who left and shouted reluctantly. Get on the business car. Lin Yuan took out the business card in his pocket and handed it to Yang Mi, saying, you can find them if you want to collect songs in the future. Really? Will they help me? Yang Mi asked, puzzled. You will know in the future. Lin Yuan smiled without comment. Today's guidance is considered to make those instrument teachers and even Wang Jian owe a lot of favors. As the top music studio in China, helping Yang Mi make songs is not a piece of cake. This is good, at least I don't have to be bothered by music in the future. Lin Yuan curled his lips. Without his sister's entanglement, he could go out into the world. HMPH, I don't want it, I'll ask you to write songs for me in the future. Yang Mi looked down on others now. Isn't it nice to have such a music prince like brother? Forget it, with your singing skills, I will write songs for you again, and I will write my character Lin backwards. Lin Yuan said. TSK, Lin backwards, isn't it still Lin? Yang Mi muttered. She was happy in her heart, although her brother was stubborn, he still had her sister in his heart. As she said that, Yang Mi picked up her mobile phone, opened Weibo, and sent a message. This summer, I will bring my 2 singles, Ningxia and Yuan, to let you know that I, Yang Mi, am a singer. The domineering declaration directly set off a storm. Since Jin Jing's interview, Yang Mi updated her Weibo for the first time in 6 days. Faced with everyone's doubts and countless negative news, Yang Mi did not choose an official statement, nor did she choose a roundabout tactic, nor did she disdain to use a cover-up revelation. Instead, she declared war directly. Declare war on all their haters. Yang Mi looked at the boy beside her, and she knew she would definitely win. But the internet did not know how powerful Lin Yuan was. Netizens, water army, and haters were all extremely excited. Har har har, eat melons, sell melon seeds and peanuts in the front row. I am laughing to death, you are a singer, and I am an actor. This summer, I will witness how Yang Mi went from a popular star to an 18th tier singer. As a senior musician, I can tell you that no one in the circle writes songs for Yang Mi. Sing, just sing hard, enjoy your last song on the screen. Wait for Yang Mi to be slapped in the face. Chapter 12, Famous Detective Fatih. Yang Mi looked at all kinds of disgusting comments, but she didn't have any emotional fluctuations. On the contrary, when she saw some comments, she could think of the funny appearance of those jumping clowns in her mind. Poochie. Thinking about it, Yang Mi laughed out loud. No one would have thought that I, Yang Mi, have a musical genius brother. She turned around and turned to Lin Yuan, who was looking at the scenery outside the car, hugged his head and said happily, Brother, sister will fulfill the promised reward tonight, are you looking forward to it? Lin Yuan, who was still thinking about life just now, felt dizzy. He was a little breathless because of the pinch, and quickly stretched out his hand to cover Yang Mi's face, and pushed forward to break free. Tilde. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Are you committing murder? I didn't expect you to be a little woman who repays kindness with enmity. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan, who was flushed by the suffocation, and smiled, Whether I am a little woman or not, you know it in your heart. Is it great to be fierce? Lin Yuan looked indignant and opened the car window to take a breath. He suddenly thought of what Yang Mi had just said, that she would fulfill her promise tonight. When did Yang Mi take the initiative? Lin Yuan felt excited when he thought of the super short-made uniform he bought online that day. The car soon arrived at the location of Jiexing Studio. After the song recording was completed, Yang Mi still had to start the work of putting the song on the shelves. Before leaving, Yang Mi leaned over and whispered in Lin Yuan's ear, Stay at home tonight, don't go, wait for me Tilde. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to get angry, Yang Mi walked into the office building with a silver bell-like laughter. A crazy woman. Lin Yuan shook his head and stopped a taxi and returned home. Jiexing Studio. Why is the boss here, and he looks so excited? Reber looked at the boss, who came in with a curious face, and her chubby face looked very cute. Since Yang Mi said she had received the song 5 days ago, she has been practicing in seclusion. Today is her first time to come to the studio. She stepped forward and asked, Sister Mi, why are you here today? Happy to see her favorite employee, Yang Mi subconsciously pinched Reber's face and said, My song has been recorded and is ready to be released. So soon? Reber was very surprised when she heard it. Will it not be a shoddy song? Reber looked at Yang Mi with a worried look on her face. Would this boss, who usually treated her like a sister, be forced to give up on herself by the fishing reel? How about coming in and listening? Yang Mi asked. Seeing Reber's worried look, she knew that this girl was thinking nonsense. But thinking that it was only a few days from learning the song to the end of recording, no one would believe it. Reber nodded and agreed immediately. The two walked into the boss's office. Yang Mi plugged in the USB drive and played the demo that had not yet been finished. As soon as the music started, Reber felt that the office that was originally very familiar seemed to have changed, as if there were birds singing and flowers blooming, the warmth of early summer, and even the sweetness of love. Wow, this song is so nice. The person who wrote it is so talented, Reber said with a sigh. Of course, don't you see who wrote it? Yang Mi looked proud. Looking at Sister Mi's proud face, Reber asked curiously, Sister Mi, is the person who wrote the song a talented person? He must be a handsome guy, right? How did you know? Yang Mi asked subconsciously. Your eyes are shining, tell me, do you like the little prince of music? Reber instantly turned into Detective Conan. I don't. Yang Mi hurriedly explained, that's her brother, how could she like him? Reber saw this, her bright eyes turned, tilted her head and said, Magia, if you don't like him, why don't you introduce him to me? I like talented handsome guys. Yang Mi heard this, and pointed her finger directly at Reber's eyebrows. You are dreaming, don't be crazy about him every day, go and call Xiao Wang over, I want to discuss the song release business. HMPH. Reber pouted, touched her head, and walked out angrily. Magia is so bad, eating alone, and she won't share even though she agreed to be good sisters. Just wait, I will definitely find that music prince. Bang tilde. Yang Mi looked at the closed door and sighed in her heart. What's wrong with me, why am I so nervous when silly Fatty said she wanted to meet her younger brother? I won't really like Lin Yuan, right? No. I am fulfilling my parents' entrustment and helping Lin Yuan in this regard. After all, Fatty only knows how to eat, and she is silly, Lin Yuan will definitely not like her. What do you think, you like me too, right? Yang Mi was lost in her thoughts for the whole afternoon. I'm back, where are you, my stinky brother? Why haven't you cooked yet? I'm starving. Yang Mi's stomach was rumbling, and she started calling Lin Yuan when she got home. Seeing no one responded, Yang Mi looked around and found Lin Yuan washing vegetables in the kitchen. Just as she was about to complain that her stinky brother ignored her, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Stop making noise, chirping like a crow. HMPH, you're smart, cook well, and I'll reward you tonight. Yang Mi didn't care about Lin Yuan's words, and left the kitchen with a proud face. The meal was ready soon. Yang Mi was still reluctant to come out of the room. Lin Yuan had no choice but to knock on the door. Just as he raised his hand, the door opened from the inside. For a moment, the hot scene filled Lin Yuan's eyes. Yang Mi, with twin ponytails, was wearing a super short maid outfit. Chapter 13, Sister Mi, are you cheating on me? Looking at Lin Yuan who was running away in a hurry, Yang Mi laughed and followed him with a cat-like step. Lin Yuan had just filled a bowl of soup and looked at Yang Mi who was walking in the distance. His hand almost trembled and the soup spilled all over the floor. This woman is really playing with fire. You can just walk, but you have to walk in a cat-like step. It's okay to walk in a cat-like step, but you have to twist your waist in a big way. I barely tolerate twisting my waist, but you deliberately tilt your neck and straighten your back, which is not human. Which? Do you really think I am Liu Xiaohui who can sit on a woman's lap without being tempted? Lin Yuan decided that if Yang Mi continued to make trouble, he would let Yang Mi know what it means to be a man. Yang Mi, who came over, looked at Lin Yuan's face, which turned red, blue, and then white, and she felt much happier. This brother who was honest in words and deeds could not escape my charm after all. But she also knew that everything has a limit, so she did not continue to make trouble and ate as usual. Alas, what a pity, why did it stop so abruptly? Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the food in his mouth was not fragrant. In the past, Big Mimi would definitely come to crush him. Today, he ate with a serious face. However, this outfit is not serious. Looking at the somewhat depressed Lin Yuan, Yang Mi's mind became active. My younger brother helped me so much, should I give him some benefits later? The two people with different thoughts finished their meal quickly. Lin Yuan cleaned up the dishes and was about to go into the kitchen when he was stopped by Yang Mi. Brother, you have been busy all day, let me wash the dishes today, after all, I am your little maid now tilde. Yang Mi pulled Lin Yuan's corner, raised her head timidly, blinked her big watery eyes and said. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Don't say it, the elder sister's appearance is really like the little maid in her Yuan. On a whim, he asked, since you are my maid, do you have to listen to the master? Lin Yuan just said it, but he didn't expect Yarn Mi to come up to him, hug him tightly and shyly said, it's all right Tilda. This vixen. Lin Yuan cursed in his heart. If he hadn't seen a sly look in Yarn Mi's eyes, he would have almost believed it. After work, Reber had a good meal at the food festival near the company. After wiping the oil on her mouth, she was about to put on headphones to listen to music, but found that it didn't taste good. It's not as good as Sister Mi's new song. I don't know if the little prince of music is really handsome. Why don't we go to Sister Mi's house to ask? Reber took out the key from her bag and made a decision. Yarn Mi has always treated Reber like a younger sister. Reber often goes in and out of Yarn Mi's house, so Reber has a key to Yarn Mi's house. Reber soon arrived downstairs at Yarn Mi's house. It was evening, but no lights were on in Yarn Mi's house. Is Sister Mi not at home? With doubt, Reber took the elevator and quietly opened the door of Yarn Mi's house. Suddenly, a fragrance rushed into Reber's nose. What a good smell! Sister Mi is eating delicious food behind my back again. At this time, Reber also saw the faint candlelight in the restaurant. Damn! Sister Mi is actually having a candlelight dinner? Could it be the music prince? She rushed in hastily, and she was so reckless that she didn't break for a while, and she looked into the eyes of the brother and sister who were hugging each other. I'm blind, I didn't see anything, right? I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Reber covered her eyes and prepared to run away incoherently. This is too exciting. Sister Mi actually played role-playing with a young handsome guy? We agreed to be sisters, but she actually cheated on me. Reber didn't dare to think too much, and left the scene in 2 steps. Di Li Reber. You. Come. Back. To. Me. Yarn Mi pushed Lin Yuan away and shouted loudly. If she let the silly girl go, her embarrassing story would definitely spread all over the studio tomorrow. Reber shuddered all over, walked back with her neck shrunk, lowered her head and looked at her feet, with a look of regret. Why lower your head? Look at me, I will explain it to you. Yarn Mi said loudly, very domineering. But with this outfit, it was a bit cute. Sister Mi, why don't you change your clothes? Otherwise, I might laugh out loud. Reber whispered. Yarn Mi's blush rose from her jade neck to her face when she heard it. She spat and walked into the room. She picked up her phone and wanted to watch something to relax, but saw an annoying title again. Shocked. Jiaxing Studio was exposed for poor management. This song release was suspected to be Yarn Mi's secret operation to hype the popularity of the character. Yarn Mi almost laughed when she saw the title. Who would want to hype their own black spots? But if it weren't for her brother, she might really be criticized. She didn't know what her brother and Reber were doing. It must be bad for a man and a woman alone. Thinking of this, Yarn Mi quickly changed her clothes. Only Lin Yuan and Reber were left in the restaurant at this time. Reber raised her head and looked at the handsome guy in front of her with her big eyes shining. Chapter 14, Fatty's Imagination. I didn't expect that he didn't come for a week. Sister Mi started to hide her beauty in a golden house, with her height and looks. Reber looked at him carefully and judged that the man was no more than 22 years old. He was fair and tender, and his smile was sunny. Typical little dog. This made Reber's eyes light up. This was even more handsome than she had imagined. But she didn't expect Sister Mi to like this, so she had to ask them how they got together. Hello, I'm Dilla Reber, you can just call me Reber. The dim candlelight shines on Reber's smile, making it even sweeter. Lin Yuan couldn't help but stare in amazement. The real person is much better looking than on TV. In his previous life, Lin Yuan liked the foodie Fat Di very much. He didn't expect to meet the real person so soon after traveling through time. Hello, my name is Lin Yuan. Lin Mulan means for reaching Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled and held Reber's soft and boneless little hand, but it was just a simple touch, and the cool and smooth touch was fleeting. However, this scene was seen by Yarn Mi, who had just changed her clothes and walked out the door. What? Just going for a while. The two of them are already holding hands. If I stayed longer, wouldn't my brother be kidnapped by Reber? Yang Mi's heart tightened, and she shouted as she walked, Pang Di, come here, Lin Yuan, go wash the dishes. Hearing this, Lin Yuan curled his lips, too lazy to argue with Yang Mi, and walked into the kitchen with his dishes. Yang Mi smiled and nodded, this is her good brother. But in Reber's eyes, it changed. This is obviously a typical case of a little boy being bullied by a strong woman. Especially Lin Yuan's eyes that wanted to fight but were afraid of power. Yang Mi's smug smile seemed more like the arrogance of being in control of everything. For a moment, Reber felt great sympathy for Lin Yuan, and she wanted to help the handsome boy escape from his suffering. Pang Di, why are you standing there? Stop being silly and come here quickly. Yang Mi called out as she looked at Reber, who was motionless. Reber made up her mind and walked to Yang Mi with a determined look on her face. She said seriously, Sister Mi, you can't be so strong. It's okay to be nice to me, but can't you be nicer to Lin Yuan in the future? What? Yang Mi was confused. She touched Reber's forehead and found that she didn't have a fever. I had no choice but to pinch Reber's face, which looked very cute because of her seriousness, and said, what are you talking about? What kind of love potion did that brat give you? Are you speaking for him now? Reber's face turned red. She didn't know why she cared about Lin Yuan. It should be a sense of justice. I saw that he looked very unhappy just now. You must bully him like this often, right? Reber asked. Yang Mi laughed. Isn't she often bullied by her little brother every day? I bully him, but he bullies me every day. Reber's face turned even redder, and she shook her head and said, I'm not talking about the bullying you just had when you were hugging each other, but the bullying in the heart. You can't always point fingers at him. Hearing this, Yang Mi rolled her eyes and said unhappily, what are you talking about? He is my brother. We don't have the kind of relationship you think. Brother? How come I didn't know you had a brother? Reber looked surprised. Yang Mi had no choice but to explain patiently. From my mother's second spring, to discovering Lin Yuan's talent, and finally the reward of writing a song. He is the big boss who helps you write songs. No wonder you, Sister Mi, are still as steady as a dog after seeing those negative news. It turns out there is someone behind you. Reber looked suddenly enlightened. It's okay. Yang Mi smiled happily when she saw Reber praising her brother. If it weren't for my brother, I really wouldn't be able to deal with the online trolls. But Lin Yuan helps you so much, and you still bully him. Aren't you too mean? Reber said indignantly. What do you know? He is a mean person, how could he let himself be wronged? He cooks and washes dishes, but I have to help him with clothes and cleaning, and sometimes I even have to help him wash his musical instruments. Yang Mi put her hands on her hips, making the accusation like a victim. Reber didn't care at all. I thought about the relationship between the two and the so-called reward. Reber shook her head and said meaningfully, a family without blood ties, a foster sister and a foster brother, I know this kind of relationship is not reliable. Today they are all seducing in uniforms and role-playing, but tomorrow they will go to the battlefield with real weapons, right? Yang Mi was so angry when she heard this that she wasted half a day explaining herself. It didn't work, but instead had the opposite effect. Yang Mi held Reber's face and rubbed it. If you keep imagining nonsense, I will let you go to film with Cai Kuan. No, boss. I was wrong. Don't treat me like this. Reber said with a timid look on her face. She didn't want her reputation to plummet after filming with Cai Kuan. Humph, if I hear you say that again, you should go and film with Cai Kuan. Yang Mi said with a serious face. I know. I won't dare to do it again. Reber said with her head down. At this time, Lin Yuan came out after washing the dishes. He saw Reber looking aggrieved and seemed to be admitting her mistake. Lin Yuan already had some feelings for Reber, so he said, Sister, I saw you throwing yourself at me, why do you treat her like this? Look how wrong she is, that's enough. Hearing this, Reber looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude, her eyes full of stars. Lin Yuan also looked at her, as long as I am here, she won't dare to do anything to you. Yang Mi rolled her eyes in anger. Did these two people have an agreement today to intercede for each other? Does that make me the ultimate villain? Then I saw the two of them exchanging glances. Yang Mi felt upset and sour. Could it be that my stinky little brother was going to be kidnapped by Reber? Obviously I am your dear sister. Chapter 15, Reber's Promise. Lin Yuan, just turn your elbow outward. Yang Mi said, then turned her head and walked into her room. Seeing this, Reber stared with big eyes and said, did we make Sister Mi angry? Let her be angry. She will digest it internally after a while. Lin Yuan said indifferently. Reber was frightened when she heard that. She could not forget what Yang Mi had just said, that she wanted to film a TV series with Cai Cohen. Lin Yuan looked at Reber, who was worried and frightened, and couldn't help but laugh. Are you so afraid of her? I'm scared. There are no TV series to shoot in the studio right now, and my boss wants me to shoot a TV series with Cai Cohen. Reber said with a worried look on her face. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. I didn't expect that Jiaxing Studio is in such a bad state now, even reduced to making bad movies with Cai Cohen. It's okay, don't worry. If she forces you, just come to me and I will help you through the difficulties. Lin Yuan said with a smile. With so many TV dramas in her previous life, any one of them could make Reber an overnight sensation. Really? Reber said with a skeptical look on her face. You'll know when the time comes. Lin Yuan looked calm. Reber looked at Lin Yuan for a long time before saying, you're not trying to pick me up, are you? Lin Yuan was stunned, with a black question mark on his face. What's in Fat Di's head? Is his imagination so strong? Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't say anything, Reber said to herself, but I heard from Sister Mi that your cooking is delicious. If that's true, I can give you a chance to pursue me. After Reber finished speaking, she shrugged her nose and sniffed the delicious aroma lingering in the air. What a foodie! Lin Yuan sighed and said, if you want to eat in the future, just come with my sister. It's just a matter of having one more pair of chopsticks. Wow! It seems that you really want to woo me, but let us make it clear in advance that you have to make 2 extra servings. Reber said with her mouth open, looking surprised. I didn't expect that I guessed it right, he really wanted to pick me up. No, it's so late now, what if he does something bad to me? Reber hurriedly stood up and waved goodbye, it's getting late, I'm going home first, bye. Lin Yuan looked at Reber's swaying waist, touched his chin and laughed. We will have to be more active in the days ahead. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Yang Mi suddenly rushed out of the room. She walked up to Lin Yuan, holding her phone and looking angry. Brother, look, who are these people? Lin Yuan took the phone and saw a piece of news with an attractive title. In order to collect songs, Yang Mi actually. There is also a picture showing him and Yang Mi entering and leaving the apartment. The content is even more disgusting, talking about unspoken rules, betrayal, changing songs and so on. After Lin Yuan moved here, he knew that he would be secretly photographed by paparazzi sooner or later, but he didn't expect to be photographed when he went out to record a song. Why do you care about them? Those who are innocent will be innocent. After the song is released, they will be able to lick you. Lin Yuan said. Yeah, you're right. Yang Mi calmed down. She knew the psychology of marketing accounts very well. By the way, what did you and Reber do just now? Yang Mi asked curiously after calming down. We didn't do anything, just chatted for a while. Lin Yuan said lightly. HMPH, I don't think you dare to do anything. Yang Mi finally felt relieved. Fortunately, these 2 people didn't do anything out of line. But we can't be careless. Pang Di is so young and cute, and Cho Didi is so lustful. What if he is seduced? By the way, next time you go home, remember to bring Reber home for dinner. Lin Yuan continued. Is this what you call doing nothing? It has developed to this point. Won't you be showing off your love in front of me every day from now on? The more Yang Mi thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She turned Lin Yuan's body to face her, straightened her back, and asked, are you not greedy for your sister anymore? Reber is still young, so there's no point in having her. Are you crazy? I just think she is pitiful, so thin. I guess it's because the food is not good and she just wanted to eat a meal. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. I don't care. Just tell me clearly, who is prettier, me or her? Who do you crave more? Yang Mi said seriously. They all look good. I'm envious. Is that enough? Lin Yuan said, then stood up and went back to his room. Seeing this, Yang Mi drooped down in frustration and glanced at herself in the floor-length mirror. My younger brother is no longer greedy for me. What to do? Lin Yuan played the piano for a while, then felt sleepy. After a busy day, he fell asleep immediately. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan opened the sign-in system as usual. Looking at the huge sign in, Lin Yuan clicked it directly. I don't know what the reward is today, 5 million. Or 10 million. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level cooking skills. Lin Yuan was shocked. The goods were actually shipped today. These odds are a bit high. He thought the odds were like those in the cheating mobile game. Immediately afterwards, just like the previous God-level music mastery, Lin Yuan completed countless cycles again. However, this time, he transformed himself into the god of food with a golden spoon in his hand, traveled around the world, promoted countless cuisines, and left the word gourmet deeply imprinted in people's hearts. At this time, a smell floated to Lin Yuan's nose. This is the fragrance of Shijian powder. But the ratio of seasonings is simply dark cuisine. Lin Yuan frowned. As the god of food, he could not tolerate such a thing happening. He walked out of the room. At first glance, I saw Yang Mi wearing an apron, walking around in the kitchen in a panic. The sun rose from the north today. My sister actually cooked. But I can't praise the taste. Lin Yuan shook his head and walked into the kitchen. This maid still needs training. Chapter 16, This Early Summer. Yang Mi. The god of the music industry. Yang Mi is very upset now. What happened with Reber yesterday made her feel a sense of crisis. On a whim, she decided to make a loving breakfast for her younger brother to consolidate her position as an older sister. But she had never been in the kitchen before, and suddenly found that cooking was too difficult. The video clearly explains each step, so why is it that everything goes wrong when I try it myself? Yang Mi looked at the mess, held her forehead and sighed. I really want a master to teach me. Suddenly, Yang Mi felt a warm breath beside her ears. Here, give me the spoon and go take a rest. Yang Mi turned around with joy, only to see Lin Yuan looking at her with disgust. There was no gentle smile as I had imagined. No, I want to give you a surprise. I must prepare the meal today. Yang Mi said with her neck stiff. She originally wanted to give up, but now, she didn't want to be looked down upon by her brother. Lin Yuan couldn't persuade Yang Mi, so he just waved his hand and left. After eating a saltless and tasteless breakfast, Lin Yuan lay on the sofa in a daze. I was bored and suddenly thought of Yang Mi's song released today, so I opened the music app on my phone. I searched for it, but found that it has not been officially launched yet. I turned off my phone again and started to catch up on my sleep. Good walk, studio. Yang Mi took the report, looked at the employee angrily and said, "What's going on? We said it would be available at 10 o'clock today, but it's already 9:50, and they didn't even give us a preheating interface." The employee shrank his neck and whispered, "Boss, they said the resources have been allocated, and they will only give us one push at most. It's true that kind people are often bullied. I've made a note of this account today. Go out and send me the data within an hour after it's put on the shelves." Yang Mi said with a deep breath. I came here early in the morning and saw not only negative news online, but even the music recommendations we had agreed on were changed at the last minute. However, the current popularity on the internet does not matter much whether it is recommended or not. Har har har, it's already 9:52 and I haven't seen a shadow of her. Is Yang Mi going to get scared? What a stinky woman. My Kuan also released a song today. How dare Yang Mi come and take advantage of the popularity? Don't be so mean. To be honest, Yang Mi really doesn't need to ride on Cai Kuan's popularity. Har har, let's not talk about riding on the popularity, I just want to see the quality of the song itself. Do I need to think about it? It will definitely sound terrible. Yang Mi's singing skills are poor and her voice is not suitable for singing. The reason why it became popular for a while is that the song Love Offering itself is of good quality. This time, well-known lyricists and composers in the circle came out to refute the rumors, claiming that they did not write songs for Yang Mi. So this time, netizens basically have a pessimistic view on the Yang Mi's new song incident. Just as netizens, internet trolls and trolls were typing on their keyboards and mobile phone screens. At exactly 10 o'clock, a push message popped up. Yang MI's first single Ningxia in early summer, Yuan Yuan, is now online. Click to see the details. Oh no! The song is really here. Wu Kang has been Yang MI's hater for 10 years, and he is also a particularly authoritative person among Yang MI's haters. He clicked on the push message immediately. He urgently needed to find the black spots in the song as soon as possible and then post them online. He particularly enjoys the feeling of being pursued by his black fans. But today he opened Ningxia and clicked play. Suddenly I realized that the rhythm seemed a little wrong. The situation is developing in a direction that is beyond one's control. This soundtrack is so beautiful. As a music major, Wu Kang was completely captivated by the soundtrack. This performance level is even better than that of the professor in my university. And it's more than just a little bit stronger. Something is wrong. Wu Kang took a deep breath, but did not relax his defenses. This is just an accompaniment. This is not light music where you only listen to the melody. As a song, the singer's singing part is the key. The quiet summer sky is full of stars. I miss your face in my heart. I can pretend not to see it, or I can miss you secretly. Damn it. Is this sung by Yang MI? Wu Kang subconsciously clicked on the song details. Singer, Yang MI. Lyricist, Lin Yuan. Composer, Lin Yuan. Accompaniment, Lin Yuan. Later stage, Lin Yuan. Who is Lin Yuan? The vest of that big shot. Wu Kang listened to the whole song with doubts, and then played the next song, Yuan Yuan. The song finished quickly. Wu Kang was silent. If you ask why he wanted to discredit Yang MI, a big part of it was because Yang MI couldn't sing and had no works, so he discredited her. But now, times have changed. With his professional knowledge, he can guarantee that these two songs will become a hit on the entire internet. The most important thing is that Yang MI really practiced and used her breath to sing. Although there are no special techniques, the song perfectly brings out the advantages of Yang MI's voice. Wu Kang looked at the title in the Word document, Yang MI's new song? Is this the level? Really funny. He sighed and pressed delete. Retyped a new title. This early summer. Yang MI. The god of the music industry. Chapter 17, Take Off. As a 10-year hater of Yang MI, I was shocked when I decided to write this article. Just as the title says, this early summer, Yang MI is the god of the music industry. Maybe it's short-lived, but I dare to guess that it will at least last the whole summer. Wu Kang looked at the line of words he had typed and his heart twitched. Am I going to become the fan that I once sneered at? But when he heard the endless loop of Ningxia and Yuan Yuan, he became more determined. Some people criticize just for the sake of criticizing, but Wu Kang is not like that. He abides by the basic law. For a moment, Wu Kang seemed to be possessed by Marliang, and he wrote a review highly praising the two songs in one go. Wu Kang read it from the beginning and posted it online with satisfaction. As Yang MI's #1 black fan, after this incident, his Weibo fans also skyrocketed, reaching 300,000. Because the writing is better. Therefore, those who follow him are basically those water armies, black fans and marketing accounts. Almost every time Wu Kang posts on Weibo, they will repost it immediately, or post it themselves with a different wording. And today is the first day that Yang MI released a song, and the attention on Wu Kang's Weibo is extremely high. It's been sent, come and have a look. Something's wrong, isn't this title ironic? Fuck. Did Wu Kang take the money? He actually licked Yang MI. The same scene happened not only to Wu Kang. It also happens to anyone who listens to the songs Ningxia and Yuan Yuan. Various big VS are praising Yang MI's new song without asking for any money. There is even a feeling that Yang MI has ignited the prosperity of the music industry. Blogger NMSL, is Yang MI's money worth it? Weibo is really like this. They can say anything if they are paid. Brothers, retreat. I've looked at other big VS and they're all bootlickers. Let's go to Bihu. But when the Navy black soldiers came to Bihu, they were all dumbfounded. The hot topics on Bihu are even more outrageous. How do you evaluate Yang MI's new song? Will it win a Golden Melody Award? Netizens were all dumbfounded. Is this fucking world messed up? Yesterday, you were even criticizing Yang MI's new song, but today you've already started discussing the award. Could it be that Yang Mi's new song is really good? Because of preconceived notions, many people didn't even listen to Yang Mi's new song. But when they saw the comments from Yang Mi's #1 black fan and various well-known influencers, their hearts wavered. They all found the push message and clicked on Yang Mi's new song. While playing, I habitually read the comments in the app. When I heard the prelude, my mind unconsciously recalled my childhood in early summer, when I played with my friends, and when I got tired, I would just lie on the floor and sleep. It was simple and pure, har har har. As soon as the prelude started, any bad mood seemed to disappear. I miss the past so much, I miss the simple beauty back then, I am in tears. I didn't expect Yang Mi's song to be so good. I've become her fan. Sister is awesome. I'll be your fan for life. What a crappy song, with such a long prelude. It's not even half as good as Yuan's new song. Originally, netizens were listening to the song, reading the comments, and seemed to have returned to their childhood with the beautiful accompaniment. But suddenly I saw a comment that was as insignificant as a rat's shit. The scene exploded instantly. They all transformed themselves into Zwan literary masters and directly scolded Yuan's fans. The authorities also banned these people immediately. For a time, as time went by, when more and more people heard Yang Mi's new song, the trend completely changed. There were fewer and fewer negative news about Yang Mi. In order to save their lives, some marketing accounts directly deleted the copywriting that followed the trend some time ago. Hot searches are also constantly changing. Finally, it settled between the three. Warm. Ningxia. Yang Mi's new song is popular all over the internet. Yang Mi felt very happy when she saw the constant pop-up windows on her phone. Those who used to slander me are now just bootlickers. This was even more satisfying than when she became a popular actress with the role of Palace. After all, this is an area I am not good at. Thanks to my bad brother, although he is a little bad at times, there is no perfect person in this world. Yang Mi was smiling. When she thought of Lin Yuan's usual naughty appearance, she didn't feel disgusted with him. Instead, she enjoyed it. Sister Mi. The music app has recommended us. The real-time popularity has exceeded 10 million now. Suddenly, Reber burst into the office and said happily. Hearing this, Yang Mi had expected this, and said calmly, "Why are you so anxious? You are so rash." No, these are not the key points. The key point is that the phone number of the Foreign Affairs Department has been bombarded with calls, and all of them are from the sponsors. Reber said with excitement, her big eyes rolling around, "Sister Mi, are we going to get rich in the future? Why don't you ask Lin Yuan to write a few songs for me? I want to be famous too." No. Yang Mi said without thinking. She didn't want to share her brother with Reber. Oh Reber pouted and said sullenly. If you don't tell me, I'll go find Lin Yuan myself, Chapter 18, My brother is the man you will never get in your life. In the room, Lin Yuan was humming a little tune while massaging the chicken wings in his hands before marinating. Bite. The cell phone next to the chopping board suddenly rang. The latest news from Sister. Lin Yuan washed his hands and opened the phone. It was a voice message. Brother, both songs are popular on the internet. Now many brands have come to me to endorse. Sister is going to be rich, I love you so much now. Newer tilde. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. He worked on both songs himself, even the post-production sound editing was his responsibility. Putting aside the difference in singing skills, the overall quality of these two songs is even higher than the previous life. There is no doubt that it will become popular all over the internet. Lin Yuan casually opened Weibo and took a look at the comments online. But I found something very funny. Because today, in addition to Yang Mi releasing a song, a young and handsome guy named Cai Yuan also released a new song. The name is Just Because You Are Too Beautiful, and the MV is very funny. Cai Yuan is wearing white overalls and dancing an unknown dance. Lin Yuan listened to it for a while and then turned off the MV. It was simply unbearable to listen to. Not to mention that the dance is amateurish and lacks strength, it also lacks beauty. The musical arrangement of the entire song and the combination of various instruments are a mess. Cai Yuan's singing voice is like a hen with its neck strangled by fate, very harsh. But any discerning person can tell that a song like this is a bad song. Surprisingly, thanks to the manipulation of internet trolls and fans, its popularity is on par with Yang Mi's new song. Lin Yuan was curious, what happened to the current public aesthetic? He clicked on a piece of news and found out that Cai Kuan's operation team was trying to extort money from Yang Mi the entire time, and each headline was more exaggerated than the last. This early summer, the girl is Yang Mi and the boy is Cai Kuan. The music craze was all started by these three songs. Cai Kuan's team frankly said that in order to have healthy competition, they gave the music app promotion opportunity to Yang Mi. Pooh! Lin Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. Cai Kuan's team was so shameless. Fortunately, netizens have sharp eyes and normal ears. Everyone was complaining about the shamelessness of Cai Kuan's team. Fuck you, there's only one man named Cai Kuan. How dare you call a hermaphrodite a man? I, a fan of your looks, can't stand this anymore. I'm turning from a fan to a hater. I am really impressed. People nowadays will do anything to become famous. But there is a saying in the entertainment industry that being popular means being famous. Even if the whole internet is now bashing Cai Kuan, he is still famous. Moreover, Cai Kuan's team operation capabilities are indeed very strong. Lin Yuan just clicked on the song download chart and found that Cai Kuan's new song, Just Because You Are So Beautiful, had a higher download volume than Yuan Yuan and Ningxia. This is obviously a fake. Lin Yuan shook his head. This kind of traffic that relies entirely on fraud without any real skills is not a long-term solution. Bite. Suddenly, a window popped up on the phone. Regarding the phenomenon of internet data fraud, the relevant departments have issued the latest policies and will conduct a comprehensive investigation and management. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Cai Kuan was in trouble now. Sure enough, about half an hour later, when Lin Yuan finished marinating the chicken wings, he received another push notification. After investigation, the song Just Because You're So Beautiful is suspected of data fraud. The singer Cai Kuan and Cai Kuan's operation team are under investigation. Phew tilde. Lin Yuan laughed out loud, it was really gratifying. As soon as the news was released, it directly became a hot search, second only to Yang Mi's two new songs. Netizens also forwarded the official announcement. Fake news? I just did it, now you're out of luck, har har har. I'm saying, how could this crappy song statistics possibly surpass Yuan Yuan? I am dying of laughter. This is the person who can't even sing the lyrics clearly. He must be arrested. From this perspective, Yuan Yuan and Ningxia are really amazing. The data is catching up closely, and it's real data. After the falsification of Cai Kuan's song data was exposed, there is another wave of enthusiasm for Yang Mi's new song. The download volume of the two songs is actually close to their fake data. From this we can see how powerful Yang Mi's new song is. Har har, Cai Kuan has been arrested. We don't have to film the TV series with him. Sister Mi, do you think that's a threat to me? Reber laughed at the news. Yang Mi rolled her eyes and was speechless when she saw Reber jumping happily in the car. Even though her new song has become a big hit on the internet, Reber didn't seem that happy. Is it really that scary to film with Cai Kuan? Yang Mi asked curiously. Of course. Are you willing to act with a sissy? Reber asked with her head tilted. Yang Mi thought about the scene for a moment, shuddered, pursed her lips and said, forget it, I'm scared. That's right. If you ask me, the best male lead would be someone like Lin Yuan. He's handsome, talented, and can cook. He's simply the perfect boyfriend. Reber said with a look of longing. Bang! Yang Mi slapped Reber on the head, looked at Reber with an aggrieved face and said, don't be a fangirl, my brother is the man you will never get in your life. Chapter 19, What kind of delicious food is this? After playing and joking all the way, the two girls arrived at the downstairs of the apartment building. Yang Mi looked at the familiar door and thought of the sunny and handsome boy at home, who was wearing an apron and preparing dinner. An inexplicable sense of security arose in her heart. The fatigue brought by a whole day of business also dissipated. I don't know what delicious food my stinky little brother made today. Yang Mi smiled, opened the door, and shouted, brother, sister is back, did you miss me? No tilde. Lin Yuan's neither loud nor soft voice floated out from the kitchen. You say one thing and mean another. Yang Mi muttered and walked into the kitchen. She couldn't wait to share today's joy with her brother. Suddenly, Yang Mi felt a flash before her eyes, and a fragrant breeze passed by. Wow! It smells so good. Lin Yuan, what delicious food are you making? Reber followed the smell and ran straight into the kitchen, looking at Lin Yuan with a curious baby's face. Secret spicy chicken wings. Lin Yuan picked up a piece of chicken wing slowly and said slowly. Tilde. Reber took a deep breath, and the fried aroma of the chicken wings along with the heat turned into a straight line and was all sucked away by Reber. For a moment, the strong fragrance directly detonated Reber's brain, as if their whole world was left with the chicken wings that Lin Yuan picked up. This smells too good, right? Can I eat it? Reber looked at Lin Yuan with a pleading look. She felt that she couldn't afford to eat the delicious food in front of her. Of course, it's made to be eaten. Lin Yuan said with a smile. When Reber heard this, her eyes shone brightly and her little hands couldn't wait to grab the chicken wings in the colander. Without caring about the scalding temperature of the chicken wings, he took a big bite. His tilde so hot. The chicken wings were filled with boiling juice and hot water. Reber kept opening her mouth to breathe in air, and her two little hands kept fanning herself. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. When facing delicious food, Reber was just like a child who had not grown up. She looked clumsy, but very cute. He shook his head and handed over the passion fruit mango juice he had just made. You must have been scalded. Come, drink some juice to cool down. Lin Yuan said. Nizi reacted quickly, took a sip of the drink, and swallowed the chicken whole. Suddenly, Reber's eyes were shining as she looked at the juice in her hand. Although both a passion fruit mango juice, the flavor prepared by Lin Yuan is very unique. Sweet and sour, refreshing. Reber drank several mouthfuls in a row. The wonderful taste made Reber smile happily, and her big eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Seeing Reber's cute appearance, Lin Yuan subconsciously touched Reber's head and said, Eat slowly, no one is competing with you for the food. Reber kept blinking, wrinkled her nose, and pouted her lips as she said, But it's really delicious. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it again in the future. Har har har, Lin Yuan laughed. He enjoyed this feeling very much, just like his God-level cooking experience, the sense of accomplishment of conquering the world with delicious food. Yang Mi, who was standing by, felt a sense of loss when she saw the two people talking and laughing. My brother has never been so gentle to me. Last time, I had a fish bone stuck in my throat, but they still forced me to stuff a steamed bun into my mouth. The difference in treatment is too big. For a moment, Yang Mi didn't want to say anything she wanted to share with Lin Yuan. Sister, why are you standing there? Come and eat chicken wings. They won't taste good if they're cold. Lin Yuan said to Yang Mi, who was standing motionless at the door. Yang Mi was not in a good mood. What? Didn't you say you wanted to eat chicken wings yesterday? I fried them for you, but you don't want to eat them. Lin Yuan said. Yang Mi's eyes lit up. Her little brother actually remembered what she had just said yesterday. Seeing Reber's envious eyes, Yang Mi suddenly felt in a good mood. Humph, little brat, even though your stinky brother is very gentle to you, I am the most important woman in his heart. Yang Mi took a piece of chicken wing and started eating. Take a bite. What kind of delicious food is this? Yang Mi looked at the chicken wings in her hand with shock. She had eaten a lot of fried chicken, but she had never eaten one so delicious. The skin is fried golden and crispy, the chicken inside is extremely tender, and the juice exudes an inexplicable fragrance, which makes the taste buds active after taking a bite. Isn't this so delicious? You weren't that good at cooking before. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan curiously. Before, it was just the two of us and it was a common meal. I just cooked it casually. But today, there are no guests coming, so I have to be serious. Lin Yuan said casually. Although he had done well in the past, it was still countless levels behind his current, God-level cooking skills, so Lin Yuan could only talk nonsense. Then you mean that if Reber doesn't come, I can only eat pig food forever? Yang Mi asked back. Compared with the food I had before and the chicken wings in my hand, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the food I had eaten before was pig food. Look at what you said. Weren't you eating very happily at that time? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Yang Mi was speechless for a moment, as she had praised Lin Yuan a lot at that time. Reber looked very happy. It turned out that Lin Yuan bought the chicken wings because of me, who made them so carefully. It seems that he really wants to hook up with me. Should I agree? Reber looked at Lin Yuan's handsome, angular profile. Somehow, a ripple arose in her heart towards the man in front of her. Everyone would like such a perfect man. Chapter 20, The Man Behind Yang Mi. Boss Yang has been in a good mood these days. As the popularity of Ningxia and Yuan continues to rise, the work of Jiaxing Studio is progressing more and more smoothly. Yang Mi even took on 2 brand endorsements, which brought sufficient funds to the studio. The studio is back on track, and Yang Mi used her power as a boss to give herself a few days off. Today is her first day of vacation at home. Yang Mi leaned on the sofa, her whole body sinking into it. She looked at Lin Yuan playing the piano and suddenly felt that such a life was perfect. Unfortunately, the only thing that made her unhappy was that Pang Di would show up at mealtime every day and disturb the time she and her brother were alone. Bite. You have a push that you are particularly concerned about. After hearing this, Yang Mi picked up her phone and started looking. When she finished reading the message, her brows frowned. Her treasured brother had been discovered. The news came from Gan Ning, the leader of Yang Mi's fan club. I have been a fan of Yang Mi for 10 years. Gan Ning leads her fans to control comments on major social networking sites every day to maintain Yang Mi's reputation. Today, a fan published an article that attracted Gan Ning's attention, and she immediately contacted Yang Mi. As the song continued to be popular, some fans shifted their attention away from Yang Mi and focused on the song details. They hope to explore the deeper stories behind the songs. And there is one name among them that deeply attracted the attention of fans. That is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who took charge of the lyrics, composition, arrangement and post-production of the 2 songs. Even when you open the song details, you will find that, apart from singing by Yang Mi, the entire song was arranged by Lin Yuan alone. This is very intriguing. Unfortunately, the information about Lin Yuan on the internet is like air. All that comes out when searching is other people, and none of them has anything to do with the music industry. A fan wrote an article with doubts. Come on, bees, I found the man behind Honey. As soon as the article was published, it attracted the attention of countless people. Especially for those in the circle, those who are involved are confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly. At first they focused on the musical achievements and completely forgot about the creators themselves. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Either of the 2 songs sung by Yang Mi can be the title song of an album, and it is the title song that is expected to hit platinum records. But these 2 songs were released together, as if they were free. The most important thing is that they all come from one person. So who is Lin Yuan? When did such an awesome guy emerge in the music industry? For a while, a new game of digging up people's identities was launched on the internet. Searching for Lin Yuan all over the internet. Who is the man behind Yang Mi? Yang Mi looked at the hot topics and subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan, who was tinkering with the cello. This is the man behind me. As soon as Lin Yuan looked up, he saw Yang Mi's gentle gaze. You've never seen a handsome guy. Go cook and remember to follow my instructions. Yang Mi snorted and walked into the kitchen with a twist of her waist. Lin Yuan then turned on his cell phone. He had a bad feeling recently. It seemed like something big was going to happen to me. Sure enough, as soon as I opened my phone, I saw that the whole internet was searching for me. This is a big deal. My elder sister is too unreliable. She is obsessed with sex every day and didn't even know that her own brother was taken away by someone. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's first half of his life was so mediocre that there is almost no information about him on the internet. Netizens failed. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't know that the action was still going on. People in the circle are taking action, and they have set their sights on a target, which is Starry Sky Music Studio. This is also the place where Yang Mi recorded songs. Wang Jian's friends found him quickly. Old Wang, you should have been there when Yang Mi was recording a song that day, right? Wang Jian smiled bitterly. He had known this day would come. He could only say, yes, you are here to ask about Lin Yuan. Old Wang, are you a coward? How can you hold it in? You didn't remind me that these 2 songs would become popular. I have to blame Yang Mi too. If I told you, would you believe me? I couldn't play music for you at that time. That's right. Let's not talk about this. Tell me about Lin Yuan's situation. It would be best if you could introduce him to someone so we can learn from each other. Wang Jian sneered after seeing this. My friend Zhao Zhua is a representative figure in the first echelon of the arrangement circle. He has created a lot of excellent music and is also the music director of many music programs. But to compete with Lin Yuan? Old Zhao, forget about it. Lin Yuan is so tall that you can't catch up with him even if you drive 10 horses. Is this true? You're just bragging. My ability is among the top 10 in the country, but I'm still not as good as a young man. Zhao Zhua didn't believe it. Believe it or not, Lin Yuan is a unique person in China. Is it really that amazing? Tell me in detail. The secret cannot be revealed. I will send you a short video later and you can go and watch it yourself. Wang Jian said and hung up the phone. Not long after, a video appeared on the internet. If there is a god in the music industry, it should be Lin Yuan. Chapter 21, You Have to Control Yourself. As soon as the video was released, those netizens who were searching for Lin Yuan all over the internet instantly found this video. Seeing such an exaggerated title, people clicked on the video out of curiosity. First, contract the empty screen. I came here because of his reputation. The title is so exaggerated, but I don't know if Lin Yuan is really that powerful. It's impressive, but not as exaggerated as the bloggers say, right? Let's see first. Old Wang is also a veteran in the circle. He probably won't speak carelessly. There was a lot of discussion in the comments, but when they saw their well-known music critic speak, they quieted down. A title clip flashed by and Wang Jian appeared in the video. I believe that when everyone sees this title, they will question whether Lin Yuan is really that powerful. I can guarantee it with my personality and my professional accomplishments, and answer you personally that Lin Yuan is definitely the musician who is closest to God that I have ever seen. As soon as Wang Jian finished speaking, the barrage of comments became heated. Some people say that Wang Jian is just making money, while others say that Wang Jian has no professionalism. The video continues. I believe there are many people cursing at me in the comments, but don't worry. Although I promised Lin Yuan not to reveal his personal information, I can share a story about music. Wang Jian took a sip of saliva. In the following video time, Wang Jian recounted how Lin Yuan completed the production of the entire song Ningxia alone in the studio. He even said with a look of regret, I really regret not recording the video at that time. That was teacher Lin's performance. Maybe I won't be able to see it in the future. Wang Jian disappeared in the video with frustration and regret. As soon as the video went black, the barrage of comments started to pop up. What the hell? I'm stupid. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write like that. One person playing 7 instruments. The most ridiculous thing is that he said the piano performance at Vienna's Golden Hall wasn't as good as Lin Yuan's. At first I thought Mr. Wang Jian was just trying to make money, but now it seems he is just being aggressive. Is old Wang possessed by a ghost? I actually watched this video, it's so outrageous. Originally, netizens thought Lin Yuan was a musical genius. But after watching Wang Jian's video, everyone fell into deep thought. Is Lin Yuan really that awesome? This is the Godhead. No one believed it, or no one dared to believe it. After all, Wang Jian's description was too exaggerated. However, Lin Yuan's identity became increasingly confusing, which aroused netizens' curiosity and they frantically searched for clues about Lin Yuan. At Yang Mi's home, Lin Yuan prepared the meal as usual, but Reber did not arrive on time. Hey, what's wrong with Fat Di today? He didn't even come to eat the food you cooked. Yang Mi looked at the time with some confusion. Why don't you give him a call and ask? Maybe he's lost. Lin Yuan said calmly. Yang Mi nodded. Since Pang Di was so stupid, it was really possible. Hey, Fatty, where are you? My brother specially made seafood stew today, why didn't you come? Are you afraid of gout? Sister Mi, a lot of people have come to the studio. They are all from the media and are here to look for Lin Yuan. I can't run away now. Please come to the studio quickly. The situation is getting out of control. I won't say any more. I will help you deal with it first. Reber's voice sounded very anxious, and Yang Mi frowned when she heard it. She immediately picked up her phone and took a look, only then did she realize the importance of the matter. Wang Jian actually posted a video? I have something to do and need to go out for a while. You don't have to leave any food for me. Not caring about the delicious food anymore, Yang Mi picked up her bag and rushed out. Seeing this, Lin Yuan casually took 2 bites and took out his cell phone to look at it. After a while, Lin Yuan looked up to the sky and sighed. I really don't want to enter the entertainment industry. It was not until late at night that Yang Mi finally managed to get the media to leave. She returned home looking tired. I opened the door and found that the lights in the restaurant were still on. She frowned and walked over, and found her brother sitting in the restaurant playing with his cell phone. My brother usually goes to bed at this time, why hasn't he rested yet today? You're back. You must have worked hard. Drink some roselle tea and I'll make you some noodles. Lin Yuan raised his head and smiled. When Yang Mi heard this, she realized that she had misunderstood her brother. She felt warm inside and nodded with a smile. Lin Yuan looked at Yang Mi, who looked tired, sighed in his heart, and walked into the kitchen. The day he agreed to help Yang Mi produce a song, he knew that people would start digging up information about him online. Yang Mi must be very tired today in order to hide her identity. After a while, Lin Yuan came out with a simple bowl of egg noodle soup. Yang Mi drank a cup of tea, and the unique effect of roselle relieved half of her fatigue and stress. When she saw the noodle soup her brother brought out, the rich aroma made her whole body tremble. Gurgle. Yang Mi, who had not eaten a single bite since noon, threw away her reserve and finished the noodle soup in no time. Lin Yuan handed over a tissue and said, You eat so fast, wipe the oil off your face. Yang Mi took the tissue and wiped it dry, with a happy smile on her face. Looking at Lin Yuan's gentle face, at this moment, she felt that her efforts were worth it. Go to bed early. I'm going to sleep first. Lin Yuan stood up and was about to leave. But he found himself being held back by Yang Mi. Boo tilde. The fragrant breeze came, but disappeared in a flash. This is a reward for you. Don't think too much and go to sleep. Yang Mi tilted her head back with a proud look on her face. Lin Yuan touched his face and hurried into the room. It turned out that his sister had bad intentions towards him. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan's back, let out a long sigh, and her face turned red instantly. I was feeling so happy just now that I acted impulsively and actually did MUA to my younger brother. It's over, will he start to have wild thoughts? Yang Mi, you have to control yourself. Chapter 22, The Third Party Fat DI. The next day. The first thing Lin Yuan did after opening his eyes was to open the system. Based on the sign INS over the past few days, Lin Yuan had a rough guess. There is exactly 1 week between God-level cooking skills and God-level musical instrument mastery. During this period, the system's rewards were basically cash or some ordinary daily necessities. And today, it has been a week since their God-level cooking skills. I don't know if my guess is right, or if I'll win a big prize. Lin Yuan signed in with anticipation. Congratulations to their host for completing the sign-in. Congratulations to their host for obtaining their memory capsule. Lin Yuan was stunned. What the hell? High-tech. The next moment, Lin Yuan felt there was an extra particle in his hand. When I looked down, I saw that it was no different from ordinary medical capsules. System, what's the use of this? Lin Yuan asked. After a systematic explanation, Lin Yuan finally understood the use of the memory capsule. It is to solidify the memory and format the brain so that all previous memories can be perfectly retrieved. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up and he swallowed it without saying a word. As time went by, Lin Yuan had forgotten many things from his previous life. With this, he could find them all back. The effect is very strong and takes effect quickly. Lin Yuan discovered that he had watched Avengers 3 in his previous life, and he could even clearly recall the news in the newspapers in the movie. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Lin Yuan sighed. While having breakfast, Lin Yuan and Yang Mi tacitly did not mention what happened last night. As if nothing had happened, Lin Yuan played the instrument and Yang Mi continued to lie dead. But the internet is in chaos. After a whole night of hard work, the tireless netizens dug up a piece of news again. There is a picture in the news. It was a photo of Yang Mi and a strange man entering and leaving the apartment hand in hand. Judging from the time, this was exactly the day when Yang Mi went to Starry Sky Music Studio to record a song. So once we make the inference, the identity of this strange man is obvious. He is Lin Yuan. And because Yang Mi was very happy that day, she hugged Lin Yuan's arm when she went home. So the two of them look very close, just like a couple. This piece of news, with its unique title and content, immediately aroused the curiosity of netizens. Hidden rules, betrayal, changing songs. The entire news article is filled with such words, and the content is full of bold speculation and analysis. In addition, when Yang Mi encountered negative news, she suddenly attacked and announced that she would release a new song. When interviewed by the media yesterday, he also answered irrelevant questions and used various excuses to evade questions. Huang Jian also said in the video that it must be kept confidential and Lin Yuan's personal information cannot be disclosed. The whole incident, thanks to the imagination of netizens, has already come to a conclusion. That is, Yang Mi relied on betrayal to dominate the new song charts, hot searches and hot topics. And according to paparazzi, during this period, Lin Yuan has not been seen leaving the apartment. During this period, Jiaxing Studio signed artists, and Robert Dilmurat also entered the apartment every day after the release of her songs. For a moment, the onlookers on the internet were excited. The unspoken rules in the entertainment industry are no longer a secret. However, such a hot topic has not appeared for a long time. It's been a week since then, and now Robert Dilmurat and Yang Mi have joined the fun, so it's double the happiness. This musical genius really knows how to have fun. Some people are envious, and naturally some people are jealous. Har har har, the entertainment industry is just like this, aren't there enough dirty and filthy things? I used to be a fan of Yang Mi, but now I feel disgusted. These two simple songs have such a shameful story behind them. I don't want to listen to them anymore. Negative fishing reels are coming in waves. Especially the male fans who call themselves boyfriend fans. After seeing the news online, they were very angry. As they were mentally obsessive compulsive, they felt as if they had been cheated after reading the news. Find ways to speak sweetly. The news spread quickly and immediately reached Yang Mi's ears. Sister Mi, something bad has happened. Where are you? I'm at home. The internet is full of gossip about you, saying that you and Reber were being sexually exploited. What unspoken rules? With whom? Lin Yuan. What a commotion. What the hell? I get it. I'll take care of it later. Don't worry, just work as usual. Yang Mi hung up the phone, feeling very confused. Am I being sexually exploited by my brother? And there is a third person, Pang Di? Yang Mi almost got a stitch in her side. How can these media and netizens have such wild imaginations? How can they be so good at making up stories? She looked at the young man who was playing the piano, his mind focused and his face engrossed. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. My younger brother is so handsome and talented. He will definitely be very popular if he makes his debut. Since it's hard to explain now, why not just make it public? As for the fact that Lin Yuan didn't want to enter the entertainment industry, Yang Mi had long forgotten about it. The more Yang Mi thought about it, the more she felt it was a good idea, so she took out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message. Regarding Lin Yuan's matter, I didn't clarify it right away. It's my fault. It's actually my brother. It's normal for a brother to write songs for his sister, right? Netizens are all dumbfounded. How come this melon keeps getting bigger and bigger? Plus. Chapter 23, Reber's request. Lin Yuan is actually Yang Mi's younger brother? That's not right. They have different last names, how can they be siblings? For a time, a word caught people's attention. Sister and brother. Netizens looked at the various opinions online and couldn't help but sigh that your circle really knows how to have fun. However, not long after, someone finally discovered Lin Yuan's identity. Lin Yuan turned out to be the biological son of Yang Mi's stepfather. This was found through Yang Mi's mother Yang Chunling. For a time, the controversy over the unspoken rules on the internet gradually disappeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan, a talented man who was only 18 years old and had written 2 masterpieces. He is also known as the genius who is the god of musical instruments. Who exactly is this young man? Unfortunately, there is still no other information about Lin Yuan on the internet. Soon, some of Lin Yuan's classmates posted photos of Lin Yuan. The sunny, handsome, tall and strong Lin Yuan immediately attracted the attention of many people. My brother-in-law is a handsome man, but he is just a little bit worse than me, your brother-in-law. Is this Lin Yuan? Mommy loves him. So handsome, he really has celebrity genes. The one above, Yang Mi and Lin Yuan are not related by blood. Young, handsome, and talented. I envy you so much. The memory of netizens is like that of fish. They had long forgotten about the unspoken rules and all focused their attention on Lin Yuan. Yang Mi held her phone and swiped the screen happily. Seeing netizens praise, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. Did I make my bad brother famous with my own hands? Brother, I made you famous. How are you going to thank me? Yang Mi shouted. Idiot. Lin Yuan said without even raising his head, thinking that Yang Mi was going crazy again. Yang Mi picked up the sofa pillow and threw it at Lin Yuan. You are very popular now, with a lot of female fans, but you are not grateful and you actually scold me. The pillow fell between the two of them. Lin Yuan stood up and picked up the pillow, then snatched the phone from Yang Mi's hand and took a look. Fuck. What's going on? Why am I so famous? Lin Yuan was stunned. This was not the same as before. Before, the whole internet was talking about him, but no one knew who he was. But now, even the fact that he had peeped at girls going to the toilet in kindergarten has been exposed. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan with disdain and said, so you are this kind of person. Tell me the truth, did you peek at me taking a shower on the first day of the party? Lin Yuan's face turned dark and he couldn't say anything. This is the dark history of my predecessor, and I have to take the blame. Seeing this, Yang Mi blushed and said, Humph, I knew you had bad intentions towards me. Don't peek at me anymore. I'm your sister. What the hell am I peeking at? I don't know who took a shower without closing the door yesterday and deliberately called me out to hand him a towel. Lin Yuan said with disdain. Then you won't close your eyes. Yang Mi raised her voice and argued cunningly. Lin Yuan laughed, you gave it to me for free, and you still want me to close my eyes. Vixen. Yang Mi was furious and said, I was in a good mood so I gave you some benefits, but you actually said I was a vixen. I'm going to suffocate you to death. Yang Mi gritted her teeth and hugged Lin Yuan's head. Suddenly, a fragrance rushed into Lin Yuan's nose, and Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. Was this woman trying to do this again? Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Wow! Sister Mi, are you and Lin Yuan playing games again? Reber looked at the two of them in surprise. I bought some food in the afternoon and prepared to have a free meal, but I didn't expect to see such an exciting scene as soon as I walked in. Yang Mi was startled by the visitor and subconsciously hugged him tighter. Lin Yuan felt suffocated and quickly pried Yang Mi's hands apart before he breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his head to glance at Yang Mi's collarbone and realized that he almost left this world because of this. I'm a little tired. I'm going to my room to rest. Call me when it's time for dinner. Yang Mi blushed and ran away. Reber reacted, picked up the vegetables on the ground, sat next to Lin Yuan, and asked curiously, Lin Yuan, are you and Sister Mi in that relationship? What's the relationship? Lin Yuan touched his nose. Reber blinked her big eyes, looked around at Lin Yuan, and said cleverly, it's just a relationship between lovers. Last time you played roles, Sister Mi just brushed it off. Today you are. Lin Fan was speechless for a while and had to tell the story again. Wow, how could you have imagined that Sister Mi is so lustful that she seduces you every day? Reber looked curious, as if she had discovered a new world. Lin Yuan said helplessly, alas, there is nothing I can do. Being too handsome and talented will naturally bring me a lot of troubles. Hearing this, Reber pouted and said in frustration, I wish I were as talented as you. Sensing Reber's depressed mood, Lin Yuan asked, what's wrong? Did you encounter something unhappy? Tell me, and I'll be happy. You bastard. Reber punched Lin Yuan's fierce mouth a few times, but the force was not strong, with a bit of coquettishness. After venting her emotions, Reber began to speak. It turns out that Reber has been auditioning everywhere these days, but has been repeatedly rejected. The auditions she passed were either for bad movies or marginal roles, and some big productions were not worth it because she had no experience and no fame. I don't have any announcements every day. Even though I have a good relationship with Sister Mi, no one will say anything to me, but I feel embarrassed myself, Reber said with a frustrated look on her face. Then she looked at Lin Yuan expectantly and said, "Didn't you say last time that if I were to film with Cai Kuan, you would help me through the difficulties? Now that Cai Kuan has been arrested, I'm still in trouble. Can you help me? If it doesn't work, I can also reward you like Sister Mi." When she said the last sentence, Reber seemed to have used up her last bit of strength, and her fair face was flushed. Chapter 24, Can you write scripts? Lin Yuan was ready to agree, but after hearing this, he looked at Reber with curiosity. At this time, Reber's face was flushed, and she lowered her head like an ostrich, with her delicate face buried deeply under her collarbone. Her bright big eyes would glance at Lin Yuan from time to time, and her shy look was so adorable. Seeing Reber like this, Lin Yuan's mind became active. What kind of reward are you talking about? Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Reber's face turned even redder. Didn't I say it was the same as Sister Mi's? The reward she talks about every day is to beat me or throw things at me. Do you have bad intentions towards me too? Lin Yuan said, pretending to be afraid. No, I wouldn't hit you. Reber raised her head and said, but she just happened to see the sly smile on Lin Yuan's face. You are making fun of me. I'll beat you to death, you bad Lin Yuan. Reber was furious and waved her jade arms, hitting Lin Yuan with her little pink fists. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's talk about business. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed Reber's little hand. Reber also calmed down, looked at Lin Yuan and said, "How can you help me?" Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. The problem Reber is facing now is very simple, that is, there is simply no filming. It is also very simple to solve the problem. Didn't Sister ask the studio to collect the script? Lin Yuan asked. Take it away, all of them are leftovers, not even suitable for filming a web drama. Reber said helplessly. Lin Yuan nodded. Most of the top resources are in the hands of large entertainment companies. Compared with large entertainment companies, Jiaxing Studio's size is just a little thumb, so it is normal that it cannot grab scripts. Even if Yang Mi is willing to spend money, no screenwriter will sell it. After all, making a movie requires not only money but also other resources. In that case, I'll help you write a script. Lin Yuan said truthfully. If there is no good script, just write your own. It just so happens that I also want to try out the abilities brought by the memory capsule. Really? You can also write scripts? Reber stared with big eyes, looking surprised. In her opinion, Lin Yuan either played a musical instrument or cooked some time-consuming food. He had never read any books, let alone literature. Could it be that Lin Yuan is also a literature lover in private? Of course. Lin Yuan chuckled. That's great, with your talent, the script you write will surely be good, right? Reber said with anticipation. Well, it's not that great, but it's no problem to be named the best TV series of the year. Lin Yuan said calmly. Real. Guaranteed authenticity. That's great. Didiabar, I'm going to be a big star too. Didiabar shouted excitedly. She looked at Lin Yuan, who was smiling, and felt very grateful. She threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan, you are so kind. You made delicious food for me and helped me write scripts. When I become famous in the future, I will definitely repay you. Reber felt Lin Yuan's heartbeat and whispered softly. Lin Yuan looked at Reber in his arms, raised his hands, at a loss. Lin Yuan subconsciously wanted to hug Reber, but was interrupted by a voice. What are you doing? It was Yang Mi who came out of the room. She said, what were you two doing just now? A heated argument. Lin Yuan laughed at this time. Sister, if you don't write a book, your imagination will be wasted. Don't talk nonsense to me, explain it to me clearly. Yang Mi said coldly, looking at Reber with some disappointment. I knew you were unreliable. You actually attacked my brother. Plastic sisterhood. Reber looked at Yang Mi's eyes and immediately glared back. I didn't, you brother con. Lin Yuan looked at the two women who were arguing with each other, shook his head, and started to explain to Yang Mi. Can you write a script? Yang Mi asked in surprise when she heard that Lin Yuan was going to write a script for Reber. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Okay, as your sister, I will protect your script. I will play the role of the heroine myself, and I will not let you down. Yang Mi said seriously. Reber was furious. It was Lin Yuan who originally wrote this for me. Why did you intercept it halfway? But facing her sister in life and her boss at work, she didn't dare to refute. When will the script be ready? Yang Mi asked curiously. About half a day. Lin Yuan said lightly. Upon hearing this, the two women were all stunned. Chapter 25, The Money I Earned from Teaching Beethoven Music. Brother, are you sure you mean writing a script? Lin Yuan, you are not kidding, right? The two women didn't believe what Lin Yuan had just said at all. I even began to doubt Lin Yuan's claim that he could write scripts. You should know that the script of a 45-minute TV series, including dialogues, storyboards and all other content, basically has about 10,000 words. A TV series will have at least 30 episodes, which means a script of 300,000 words, and this does not include some background and character introductions. Even if Lin Yuan had an idea in mind, writing the script would be a very difficult task. The more they thought about it, the less hope the two women had in Lin Yuan. They didn't believe that Lin Yuan had already thought of the script. Not to mention that it took half a day to write it. Why would I lie to you? Lin Yuan said and walked into the room. He opened the word computer, wrote 3 lives 3 worlds 10 miles of peach blossoms on the first line, took a deep breath, and his fingers began to fly on the keyboard. Lines of plot were piled up on the page at a rapid speed. Crackling tilde crackling. The two women in the living room soon heard the sound of Lin Yuan typing on the keyboard. When the two women heard the voice, they looked at each other in surprise. Is Lin Yuan really writing a script? Brush tilde. The two women quickly got up and rushed into Lin Yuan's room. I saw the computer in front of Lin Yuan, which was filled with densely packed small black characters. I leaned in to take a look. At this time, Lin Yuan was writing character settings. What about Bai Qian, the princess of Qingqiu, and Mo Yuan, the first god of war in heaven? It was another 9-tailed red fox with a phoenix feather flower birthmark between its eyebrows. There is also Yi Hua, the prince of the 9th heaven who only loves Bai Qian. Each character has a distinct personality and an attractive story. It quickly attracted the attention of the two women. Not long after, Lin Yuan closed the character column. A new document is created. Wrote a line of words. The Wing King Qingsan provoked a war against the gods. The gods paid a heavy price to seal Qingsan. In the same year, the grandson of the gods, Yehua, was born. As Lin Yuan typed out the characters, the two women were gradually captivated by this beautiful fairy love story. The room gradually became quiet, with only the faint breathing sounds of the three people remaining. Before I knew it, it had darkened. Bai Qian and Yi Hua experienced entanglement for 3 lifetimes, and finally, in Lin Yuan's hands, they finally got together happily. The story of 3 lives and 3 worlds has also come to an end. Wow, it's a good thing they are together, otherwise I would hate you for the rest of my life. Reber wiped her tears and looked at Lin Yuan with a crying voice. Yang Mi's eyes were also red, and she looked at Lin Yuan with a resentful look, wondering why her brother had to write such a cruel story. Well, now that you've finished reading the script, please tell us from an actor's perspective about the feasibility of this script. Lin Yuan stretched, turned around and looked at the two women. It will definitely look good when filmed, but will it be too cruel? Reber was a little unsure. Yang Mi walked up to him, rubbing Lin Yuan's hair with both hands, and said excitedly, "Brother, how come you are so talented? I really want to see how your brain is different from that of ordinary people." Lin Yuan brushed aside Yang Mi's disruptive hand, saved the document in a USB drive and handed it over. "Here is the original script, remember to keep it safe. I'm tired, so let's order takeout today instead of cooking." Yang Mi carefully took out the USB drive, held it in her hand like a treasure, then looked at Reber and said, "Pang Di, order hey Dilu, it's my treat today, let's go." With a good script and delicious food, Reber jumped up excitedly. Lin Yuan is awesome. Sister Mi is generous. Night. After Reber left, Yang Mi took Lin Yuan aside and had a long chat. After Yang Mi got the good script, and with her unprecedented popularity, she was very ambitious and wanted Jiaxing Studio to be the producer of 3 Lives 3 Worlds. But he was worried that there was not enough money, so he went to Lin Yuan to discuss it. Lin Yuan, who happened to have a large amount of idle funds, offered to invest. In the past half month, he has accumulated more than 20 million yuan in cash. Anyway, I know that 3 lives 3 worlds is a sure win, so wouldn't it be great if I could invest some money and achieve a small goal as soon as possible? Where did you get so much money? Yang Mi looked curious, but she knew that Lin's father was just an ordinary employee. I make money by just teaching students online. Lin Yuan lied. Are you robbing or teaching? The tuition is so expensive? Who are the people you teach? Yang Mi asked curiously. Beethoven, Mozart and others are all European aristocrats who came to me to learn music. Lin Yuan said lightly. Anyway, these people don't exist in this world, and in my experience of mastering God-level musical instruments, I have indeed taught these people to play the piano. Hearing this, Yang Mi no longer doubted that with her brother's ability in playing musical instruments, he might really be able to make that much money. She glanced at Lin Yuan, who looked a little tired, and felt a little distressed when she thought about how Lin Yuan had been typing for the entire afternoon. Thank you for your hard work this time. Have a good rest. After saying that, he gently tapped Lin Yuan on the forehead and left the room. Lin Yuan was stunned. This elder sister was getting more and more presumptuous. She used to launch sneak attacks, but now she just used force. Chapter 26, The Most Charming Smile. Yang Mi was careless. When she started to set up the crew with full confidence, she discovered a big problem. The studio plus Lin Yuan's investment, a total of 50 million yuan, was not enough to shoot the entire 3 lives 3 worlds. In desperation, Yang Mi had to take the script to seek investment. Fortunately, the script was of excellent quality and the investors were generous. The script is in place and the funding is sufficient. Plus the intervention of capital. 6 days later. Props, costumes, makeup artists, lighting, logistics, publicity and promotion and other staff are all in place. The actors were also recruited through self-digestion and capital recommendation by Jiaxing Studio, and everything was done. Yang Mi was pulling a lot of bags, standing at the door with her hands on her waist and yelling, "Brother, what else are you going to do? If you don't leave now, the plane will leave." "Here it comes Tilder." Lin Yuan carefully put the guitar into the guitar bag and responded weakly. "Let's go." Yang Mi waved at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded helplessly. Yesterday, Yang Mi used coercion, seduction, and the slogan of taking care of her younger brother to get her parents, who were far away in Northern Europe, to speak. Lin Yuan finally had no choice but to compromise and join the crew to film with Yang Mi. Yang Mi didn't care about Lin Yuan's mood and was very happy holding her brother's arm. The two got into the business car and headed straight to the airport. As the largest international airport in Shanghai, Hongqiao Airport is also the airport where countless celebrities usually come and go. There are always paparazzi stationed here all year round, as well as some fans wandering around. But today, it seemed a little too quiet. Not to mention any stars, not even a famous person showed up. Suddenly, a black business car appeared. The paparazzi immediately perked up and became active. All the paparazzi in the entertainment industry know the license plate of this car. It is Yang Mi's nanny car. The car door opened and a beautiful leg stepped out. This leg is round and slender, with well-proportioned body. It is not the kind of skinny that is too skinny, but has just the right beauty. The white long legs were not covered and were boldly exposed under the sun, shining brightly with the silver sequined high heels on the feet. Then came the other leg, half the body, and the whole person. The paparazzi took a closer look and saw that the person coming down was wearing a black suit, a white tight round t-shirt, and a black skirt. The pretty and charming face was mostly covered by a pair of large black sunglasses. But just from her rare facial features and the woman's domineering aura, the paparazzi recognized her identity. It was Yang Mi. Where is Yang Mi going? The next moment, the paparazzi were stunned. Yang Mi was seen bending over and pulling a man out of the car with both hands. The man looked very reluctant. But Yang Mi was very intimate with the man, giving the impression that a girl was chasing a boy. The paparazzi were stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up their cameras and started taking pictures. After waiting all day today, something finally happened. This is shocking news. But when the man took off his sunglasses, the paparazzi were disappointed. The man was none other than the national brother-in-law who had become very popular on the internet, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and his companion arrived suddenly, and the fans didn't get the news. Only a few tourists came in twos and threes to ask for autographs. But this already made Lin Yuan feel a lot of pressure. It's really tiring to be a celebrity. You have to be secretly photographed and deal with fans at the same time, Lin Yuan complained. Just get used to it. With your talent, brother, you will only become more and more popular in the future. Yang Mi said with a smile. Lin Yuan smiled nonchalantly. He didn't want so many female fans. He knew about the madness of the fan circle in his previous life. They walked through their VIP channel and boarded the plane without any obstruction. Because they were in first class, the two did not cause any sensation. Only one female fan found Lin Yuan and asked for an autograph. But Lin Yuan still felt nervous. Was he really famous? He shook his head, collected his thoughts, and turned on the system. I haven't signed in today because I'm packing. Today is the end of another cycle, and I don't know what awesome things the system will reveal. Lin Yuan thought to himself and clicked the sign-in button with his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Congratulations to the host for achieving God-level acting skills. Fuck. There's a big problem. Lin Yuan shouted in his heart, is this system causing trouble and forcing me to enter the entertainment industry? But before Lin Yuan could complain, a torrent of information exploded in his mind. It's different from the previous cooking skills and musical instruments. This time, Lin Yuan experienced countless different kinds of life. He had been a homeless person, a mental patient, the richest man in the world, and even the President of the United States. Countless reincarnation experiences and the intricate interweaving of emotions made Lin Yuan completely unable to control his emotions. Soon, Yang Mi, who was standing by, noticed Lin Yuan's abnormality. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? She hurriedly patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. After a long while, Lin Yuan came back to his senses. If it weren't for Yang Mi's physical awakening, it would take him at least half an hour to wake up. I'm fine, don't worry. Lin Yuan said with a faint smile. Lin Yuan didn't realize that this smile contained countless more emotions than any other before, and it was the most moving smile in his endless reincarnation. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan's smile and her brother's deep eyes, and felt her heart beating fast. My brother is so charming. I can hardly bear it. Chapter 27, I don't have time to learn, but I have a cheat. Soon, Yang Mi's face turned red and her mind was in a mess. Then he saw his brother coming up to him. Finished. What is this for? Is he going to kiss me? Should I refuse? But I have kissed him so many times, and he wants to kiss me, so I am in the wrong. Finally, Yang Mi chose human life, closed her eyes, held her breath, and prepared to greet Lin Yuan. But after a long time, Yang Mi just felt someone touching her face, and then there was no follow-up. She opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Yuan pulling out a tissue. Come on, wipe it off, your makeup is ruined. Lin Yuan said softly. He didn't expect that he had just lost his mind for a moment and Yang Mi actually cried in anxiety. How embarrassing. I actually thought my brother was going to kiss me. Yang Mi's breathing stagnated and she took the tissue and wiped away her tears. What happened to you just now? You scared me to death. Yang Mi patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and asked him questions in a coquettish manner to hide her embarrassment. Lin Yuan scratched his head. It was the first time he saw Yang Mi so panicked. Even when facing the online abuse, she just had a worried look on her face. I told you I was acting, do you believe me? Lin Yuan had to change the subject. Seriously, is everything really alright? Fine. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan for a long time and didn't find any problems. She put away her worries and leaned on Lin Yuan's shoulder to rest. Don't do this again, you scared me to death, Tilder. Half an hour later. The two siblings walked out of the airport, reunited with the entire crew, and arrived at Film City. As soon as we arrived at the crew's location, director Lin Yuan came over. Yang Mi, something happened. Director Lin, what's wrong? Yang Mi asked. Lin Yuan picked up a newspaper and handed it to Yang Mi. Yang Mi took out the newspaper and lowered her head to read. This is a newspaper from an island province, and a piece of news takes up most of the page. According to reports, the famous actor Zhao Yuting was injured while filming the movie Black and White. It is suspected that the special effects explosion caused a fractured forearm and other work-related injuries. He is currently receiving treatment at Maria Hospital. After reading it, Yang Mi frowned. She subconsciously looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Lin Yufan also followed Yang Mi at this time and set her eyes on Lin Yuan. The script of this TV series was written by Lin Yuan, and the casting and pre-production preparations were said to be handled by Yang Mi's younger brother. For example, I am the chief director appointed by Lin Yuan. She was quite interested in the young man in front of her. He was talented, yet very low-key. She also wanted to see what Lin Yuan thought. How should I know? If there are no actors left, just find one yourself. Now the filming hasn't started yet, so at worst we can just shoot the scenes without the male lead first. Lin Yuan spread his hands. You can't just say that I'm the best actor in the world, I want to be the best. Although he has acquired God-level acting skills, he does have some itching to show off his skills. That's the only way. Yang Mi felt a little disappointed. It turned out that her brother didn't have any good solution. Actually, what Mr. Lin said makes sense, and I happen to have a candidate. Lin Yufan said at this time. Yang Mi's eyes lit up. It turned out that the director had a backup plan. Director Lin, don't keep us in suspense. As long as the acting skills are acceptable and the looks are good, just call them to give it a try. Lin Yufan shook her head and said, I don't know about his acting skills, but his looks and temperament are definitely fine, but he's not an actor, so I don't know if he will agree. Who are you talking about? Yang Mi looked curious. It's far away in the sky and yet it's right in front of us. Lin Yufan said and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan suddenly felt as if his back was pierced by needles and looked at Lin Yufan helplessly. Director Lin, I personally chose you to be the director because you were the director of 3 Lives 3 Worlds in your previous life. I'm not asking you to stab me in the back. Yang Mi, however, looked at Lin Yuan with shining eyes. Yes. Why didn't I think of this? My brother would be perfect if he played Yihor. Yang Mi said, holding Lin Yuan's arm and shaking it, and asked expectantly, Brother, why don't you try acting? Director Lin, I think this matter is too hasty. I suggest you consider it carefully. Lin Yuan shook his head. Yang Mi originally wanted to give some advice. Lin Yufan looked at Lin Yuan's expression and had to give up. Mr. Lin is right. After all, this is the male lead. Mr. Lin has strong musical attainments and can write scripts. He doesn't have time to learn acting skills. It's better to find a professional. Lin Yuan nodded and smiled. Indeed, I don't have time to learn acting, but I have cheats. As the producer, Yang Mi briefly handed over the matters to Lin Yufan, then took the luggage and returned to their hotel with Lin Yuan. As soon as Lin Yuan sat on the bed, Yang Mi pushed him violently. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to get up, Yang Mi sat on Lin Yuan's stomach with an angry look on her face. Tell me the truth, do you dislike your sister? What are you doing? What's going on again? Lin Yuan was glad that he hadn't eaten, otherwise Yang Mi would have definitely vomited after sitting down like this. What should I do? In the script, Bai Qian and Yihor have so many intimate scenes, but you asked me to act with someone else. Now the director asked you to come, but you don't come. Do you dislike me? As she spoke, Yang Mi pulled Lin Yuan's clothes, lifted him up, and then said face to face, or do you want to send your sister away so that you can live together with your Reber sister? At this point, Lin Yuan was speechless, because the posture was a bit strange and something embarrassing happened. Yang Mi also noticed Lin Yuan's change. She blushed and let go of his hand. She stood up and said with her hands on her hips, I see you still have some conscience. It's settled. You go to Director Lin's place for an audition this afternoon. Chapter 28, Don't come back to sleep tonight. Lin Yuan originally wanted to refuse. But when I thought about what my sister said, I realized the problem. In 3 Lives 3 Worlds, Bai Qian and Yihor have many scenes of varying degrees of affection. After living together for this period of time, Lin Yuan has also become accustomed to this sister who would occasionally sneak attack him or give him little surprises or benefits. If Yang Mi and other male actors were asked to film those scenes, it would be hard for me to accept. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and prepared to agree. Yang Mi was the first to speak. Seeing Lin Yuan's hesitation, she said, if you agree, I can do some scenes with you without a double tilde. As she spoke, she lay on her side beside Lin Yuan and said charmingly, "Just consider it as your pay for filming Tilda." Fairy. Lin Yuan cursed in his heart, but he did have some expectations. After all, in the original novel, Yi Hua and Bai Qian loved each other for 3 lifetimes and even had a child, so some scenes must be indispensable. Moreover, he had a clear understanding of the script he wrote himself. Let us not talk about the kissing scene, but the first scene between Yi Hua and Bai Qian was real. Yang Mi saw that her brother didn't say a word, but his eyes became wandering. I cursed in my heart, does this bad brother deserve a reward now? Seeing this, Yang Mi gritted her teeth, turned over, leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, and whispered, "Bad brother, are you impatient and want to try out the play first?" Lin Yuan suddenly jumped up, touched his ears which were a little hot, and said righteously with a serious face, "Ahem, since my elder sister needs my help, it is my duty as a younger brother. Although my role is a little excessive, I have no choice but to sacrifice myself for the sake of justice." For a moment, Lin Yuan seemed to have become a great man who valued friendship and loyalty. "Hypocrite, hurry up and pack up, have lunch, and go for an audition this afternoon. If you don't pass, don't come back to sleep tonight." Yang Mi stood up and kicked Lin Yuan twice. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled evilly, sat up and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sister, do you mean I can sleep here tonight? Get out. Your room is next door, just take your luggage and leave." Yang Mi blushed and scolded hurriedly. Lin Yuan picked up his things, laughed and left the room. Only after seeing Lin Yuan leave did Yang Mi breathe a sigh of relief. She slumped down on the bed, holding her hot face with her small hands, and was in a daze for a while. When she calmed down, she realized that what she had just said was a bit outrageous. What's wrong with me? If my brother passed the audition, would I really want to film those scenes with him? The more Yang Mi thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She pulled her messy hair and decided to give up and take things one step at a time. In the afternoon, Lin Yuan took a shower and tidied himself up simply. After acquiring God-level acting skills, Lin Yuan has extremely high requirements for acting and will not tolerate any carelessness. Now that you have done it, you must do it to the extreme. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Yuan patted his face, brewed his emotions for a while, and then said, "You are now the 9th heaven Prince Yi Hua, deep, steady and dark like a deep pool. No matter how the world changes, the only person you love in your heart is Bai Qian." Then he closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes again. "Show your talent. Lin Yuan, what are you doing again? Come out quickly." At this time, Yang Mi stood outside Lin Yuan's room and shouted. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Susu called me. No, this is not a play." He quickly shook his head, returned to normal, and walked out of the room. Yang Mi took a look at Lin Yuan and her eyes lit up. He was much more handsome than before, and had a deeper temperament. My brother is so handsome, there will be no problem for him to pass the audition. And his acting skills should be okay too. At this time, Yang Mi thought of the first day they met, when Lin Yuan used his superb acting skills to make her cry. What a bad guy. The two of them came to the crew's greenhouse together, and director Lin Yuan came to greet them. Here we are. Let's start when we are ready. At noon, Yang Mi contacted Lin Yuan, and the news that Lin Yuan was preparing for an audition also spread throughout the crew. Everyone gathered around at this time. Why can't I see Reber? Lin Yuan asked at this time. Reber is by Finjo, the second female lead, so why isn't she in the crew? Oh, you care about me so much. Yang Mi said with narrowed eyes. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at her and was too lazy to speak. Yang Mi just kept talking to herself. She went back to her hometown and will not be back until tomorrow. Lin Yuan nodded. Let's start if there's no problem. Lin Yuan asked. Yang Mi nodded, put away her gentle smile, then clasped her hands and looked around fiercely. The aura of a strong woman spread out, with a strong aura that gave people a sense of oppression. She looked at the actors watching the show and said domineeringly, "I know what you are thinking. If he fails in the audition, we will naturally find a new actor, but before that, I don't want to hear other voices." The actors all put aside their other thoughts when they learned that Yang Mi's brother was going to play the male lead. Everyone thinks that Yang Mi, as the producer, abused her power in order to help her brother debut. They were all discussing it just now, but now seeing Yang Mi's domineering look, they put their thoughts aside. Lin Yuan sighed. Seeing his overbearing sister speaking for him like this, he could only concentrate on showing off his muscles and show them what an actor is. Let these people know what a life of cheats is like. No explanation is needed. Chapter 29, Master Yi Hua is born. Yang Mi's opening remarks before the audition officially marked the beginning of Lin Yuan's audition. Since it's an audition, of course I have to put on makeup and match the costumes. About 10 minutes later. Following the makeup lady's exclamation, Lin Yuan walked out of the dressing room. Hiss tilde. The sound of gasps kept coming from the crew's greenhouse. Lin Yuan, wearing ancient makeup and a black robe, looked so handsome. It's not just his looks that attract people's attention. What's most striking about Lin Yuan is his aura of an eternal god, and the majesty of the prince of the ninth heaven. The aura he exuded when he raised his hands and stepped on his feet naturally brought out a bit of the majesty of the ninth heaven. It makes men cry. The woman saw it and squeezed her legs together. Yang Mi looked at everyone's surprised expressions and felt very proud. This is my brother. However, when she saw her brother looking at her, her heart skipped a beat. What kind of eyes are those? The eyes are very sharp and beautiful, but there is a deep darkness in them, showing their coldness. This look kills me. I love it. The girl behind Yang Mi held her hands tightly in front of the beast and whispered with a silly look on her face. Lin Yuan looked around calmly and was very satisfied with everyone's reactions. He slowly opened his mouth and said in an unquestionable tone, "But have you had the audition?" No one responded. Everyone was oppressed by Lin Yuan's aura. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He shook his sleeves, put away his aura, and asked again. Gulp tilde. Someone swallowed. Lin Yuan finally reacted and coughed. Mr. Lin, your aura is too strong, it's like Yi Hua has come to this world. Unconsciously, Lin Yuan didn't even realize that she was using honorifics. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Director Lin, you are too kind. Lin Yuan shook her head and said, no, if I'm being sincere, the way you showed up, every move you made, every step you took, was impeccable and perfect. I don't even think there's any need for you to audition. Yes, Brother Lin, you're so powerful that I won't dare act opposite you in the future. Zhang Jirao, who played the first Phoenix Jian in the creation of the world, said. He is a contracted artist of Jiaxing and a fan of Lin Yuan's talent. The others also followed Chen Zan. Yeah, what kind of play do we need to try? Just the appearance is worth learning for a long time. If you don't play Yi Hua, I don't think anyone in the industry can take on this role. As the saying goes, experts see the details, while laymen see the excitement. Many people watch TV series for the appearance, performance, atmosphere and special effects, and they just enjoy watching it. Haven't you seen that those guys with dead fish faces have so many brainless fans? Of course, there are also many audiences who are very strict about the actor's acting skills, but due to post-production, dislocation or storyboard processing, they still cannot intuitively feel the actor's real acting skills. Those present were all people who had been working in the film and television industry for many years, but their definition of acting was very narrow. That is whether the acting is realistic and vivid. Because when we were filming, everyone was under a green screen in a greenhouse, and there were no special effects or filters to complement them. If you couldn't act properly, it would be obvious at a glance. But what about Lin Yuan? He was all by himself, with an expression, a few movements, and even a line that wasn't really considered a line. With just these 3 or 2 things, he perfectly created the image of Yi Hua, the prince of the ninth heaven. This requires the actors to have a very deep understanding of the role and to immerse themselves in it perfectly, that is, to get into the role. This is a skill that many actors cannot learn in their entire lives. That's what I said, but rules are rules and you still have to audition. Yang Mi said seriously. Yang Mi was very pleased to see everyone's recognition of his younger brother. But the audition clips for today were carefully selected by her. If she didn't audition, it would be unfair to her brother who looks so handsome today. After all, when he looked at me, my heart seemed to stop tilde. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan tenderly. Lin Yuan felt his sister's gaze and nodded. Yes, I'm a straight man and I've already put on my makeup. I can't make a wasted trip. Can you at least let me have some fun? When everyone saw this, no one spoke. They also wanted to see how good Lin Yuan's acting skills were. Lin Yuan clapped her hands, then organized everyone, and soon the simple scenery was ready. Lin Yuan's first audition, Scene 8, shot 25th. All cameras, get ready. Everyone immediately picked up the script and started flipping through it. When they saw the storyboard, they all smiled in their hearts. It turned out to be this lens. No wonder Boss Yang insisted on having an audition, he had ulterior motives. But I have to admire Boss Yang's meticulous thinking. This scene is the finale. Bai Qian returns to the peach forest to look for the returning Yi Hua. In the whole scene, Yang Mi actually has the majority of scenes. Lin Yuan only needed to stand there quietly, and finally stretched out his hand to Yang Mi and whispered, "Qian, come here." It's that simple. If Lin Yuan's acting skills were really bad, maybe he could get away with it. But now it seems that maybe I can learn something from Lin Yuan. Because when Lin Yuan appeared just now, wasn't it just a simple action and a simple line of dialogue? Everyone immediately held their breath and looked at the two people who were ready under the lights. Okay. Everyone, take your positions. Action. Chapter 30, I Don't Want You. Lin Yuan had just finished speaking. The camera started moving, but Yang Mi just stood there in a daze. It was my first audition and I failed like this. Yang Mi, what's going on? Why don't you run away? Lin Yuan asked seriously. On the set, the director has the final say. Even if you have a good relationship with him, you can't be complacent. Otherwise, everyone would just use their connections to get a good movie. Yang Mi knew this very well. Even though she was the producer, she immediately apologized, "Director Lin, I'm sorry. I can't get excited. I'm so happy to see my brother do so well." Lin Yuan was choked for a moment when she heard this. In this scene, Yang Mi is crying, but Yang Mi is so happy, so how can we shoot it? And we can't blame Yang Mi. After all, Lin Yuan performed so well. It's normal for Yang Mi to be happy as a sister. After all, Yang Mi's acting skills are just so-so, and she is not one of those veteran actors who can get into the role in a second. Why don't we just forget it? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. Okay, it's my fault this time. I'm sorry. Yang Mi lowered her head and admitted her mistake. It's okay, I'll tell everyone. Lin Yuan waved her hand. But she still felt a little regretful. After all, she had turned on the camera, and she wanted to use it directly as the main film if the photos were good. Lin Yuan briefly explained the situation, and everyone in the crew expressed their understanding, saying that it would be a big deal and they would just let it go. No, it's not like there is no solution. The scene can still be filmed. Give me 5 minutes, Yang Mi, come with me. Lin Yuan was not happy. He couldn't accept that the role he had just got was gone. I put on makeup, put on a wig, changed my clothes, and most importantly, took a shower and shaved before going out. You said you don't want to act, so you don't act. Yang Mi saw that her brother was unhappy and thought that Lin Yuan was angry, so she prepared to go forward to comfort him. But she didn't expect that as soon as she stepped forward, she heard words that almost made her collapse. I actually hate you very much. If I could choose, I would definitely leave you forever. It would be best if there is no trace of your scent in the air I breathe. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan's disgusted expression with a dazed look in her eyes. Does my brother really not want me anymore? Lin Yuan did not pause and continued, do you know why? Yang Mi was silent and shook her head blankly. Because I don't want to be your brother. I don't want anything to do with you. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Yang Mi felt as if she was struck by lightning and the world was collapsing. At this moment, she realized that Lin Yuan had become indispensable in her heart. Tears poured out like a dam bursting. The trauma of the soul is a silent grief. Seeing this, Lin Yuan patted Yang Mi's face and said, hold on, as long as there is no NG later, I will not leave you. This sentence was like the last straw that saved my life. Yang Mi nodded quickly, fearing that Lin Yuan would leave. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had just used his powerful acting skills and excellent dialogue skills to directly lead Yang Mi into the role. Now we can shoot the final scene of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. He quickly nodded to Lin Yuan and returned to the wooden stake where he was. Lin Yuan didn't know what method Lin Yuan used to make Yang Mi burst into tears, but she still organized the affairs of the venue diligently and responsibly. Act 8, Shot 25. Scene 2. All cameras ready. Action. Lin Yuan finished speaking. As soon as the camera moved, Yang Mi ran out. Her anxious look was so distressing that her tears flowed like crazy. Yihua! She shouted while looking around. Because of sadness, she staggered and couldn't even walk steadily. Finally, a figure came into her sight. It's my younger brother. At this time, Lin Yuan seemed to sense Yang Mi's arrival. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yang Mi tenderly. The love in his eyes was restrained yet deep. Wonderful! The people watching on the sidelines applauded. No one expected that Yang Mi's emotions would burst out so perfectly, and the most crucial thing was Lin Yuan turning around and looking at her. That one glance is enough to make people fall in love for a lifetime. Lin Yuan, who was watching the monitor, was really excited. Because she clearly saw the close-up shot taken by camera number 3. It was a pair of eyes as mysterious as the universe, and the emotions were so pure that it made people's scalp tingle. Yang Mi also felt her brother's affectionate gaze, and she stopped crying immediately. It turns out that my brother didn't abandon me. At this moment, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, as if he wanted to touch Yang Mi's face and wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. He felt sorry for her. Yang Mi watched Lin Yuan's actions and her body began to tremble, as if she was waiting for her brother to speak. Lin Yuan put on a gentle smile at this time and whispered softly, "Qianqian, come here." This one sentence completely ignited Yang Mi's emotions. At this moment, in her eyes, there is only the man in front of her, Yihua, whom she has loved for 3 lifetimes, and also the brother she cannot leave. She rushed forward, wanting only to hug him and not let him leave her. The beauty is in my arms. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the warmth and happiness of this moment. Yang Mi cried out in tears, "Yihua, Lin Yuan, brother, you can't leave me, or I will die." Lin Yuan was stunned and thought to himself that something was wrong. It's over, I think I've caused a big problem. Chapter 31, A Play Within a Play. Okay. Ka. Lin Yuan shouted excitedly, standing up and clapping. Wow tilde. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause broke out. On the set, everyone was clapping their hands excitedly and expressing their praise generously. It was a great performance. No one can control this kind of emotions better than you. Especially Lin Yuan's lines at the end, which directly triggered the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. Some people are really blessed by God. Indeed, just standing there, with one action, one expression, one line, my scalp goes numb. I have to say that Yang Mi's performance this time was exceptional. She perfectly portrayed the longing for 3 years, as well as the timidity, nervousness and excitement of reunion after a long separation. And Lin Yuan's acting skills are even more perfect. Especially the last sentence, which directly sublimates the whole scene. The young girl working on the stage nearby was so moved that she started crying. Lin Yuan then re-watched the playback and felt that the acting skills of both actors were impeccable. You don't even need much editing, you can just do the post-production and make it into a finished film. The degree of completion is very high. However, how did Lin Yuan mobilize Yang Mi's emotions? Lin Yuan raised her head with a puzzled look on her face, only to find that Lin Yuan and the other person were still cuddling each other in the middle of the set. Yang Mi rested her head on Lin Yuan's shoulder, sobbing softly, and hitting Lin Yuan's shoulder to vent her tears. You can't scare me anymore. Feeling his sister's trembling body, Lin Yuan touched her back and comforted her. I just wanted to get you into the role. It's my fault. I'll make you fried chicken tonight. Don't cry. No, you have to promise me that you won't leave me. Okay, I promise. Lin Yuan comforted her for a while before Yang Mi calmed down. The two separated, and when he turned around, he looked at everyone on the set. They were all looking at him with sweet smiles on their faces. I thought you were going to hug each other for 3 lifetimes, Lin Yuan joked. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's face turned red and she subconsciously retreated behind Lin Yuan, her little hands still nervously pulling at the corner of Lin Yuan's clothes. This scene attracted even more attention from everyone. Apart from in the drama, who has ever seen the overbearing CEO boss Yang act like such a feminine person? This is. Lin Yuan and Yang Mi were very familiar with each other and she quickly discovered that something was wrong with Yang Mi. Director Lin, my sister hasn't finished her role yet. I just used too much force. Lin Yuan explained. You mean, you let her get into the role just now? As a director, Lin Yuan has a keen sense of smell. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, she felt like she had discovered a new world. Perhaps Lin Yuan was not as strong as he appeared. Yes, I used some tricks to get her into the role ahead of time, but I failed to control the intensity well. Lin Yuan smiled embarrassedly. At this time, Yang Mi, who was standing behind Lin Yuan, also reacted. Could it be that what my brother said just now was false and was just to make me get into the role? So he won't leave me? Is that a lie? Yang Mi thought about how she looked like a little woman just now, and she instantly walked out of the play. Looking at Lin Yuan boasting to Lin Yufan, Yang Mi became furious. She had embarrassed herself in front of so many people, and she decided to teach Lin Yuan a lesson when she returned. As for now, just pretend. Lin Yufan was very shocked. She asked, "What little trick?" "It's a play within a play. I made up a small scene to arouse her emotions, and then..." Lin Yuan didn't say much. This thing could not be understood unless he reached his level of understanding. "I didn't expect this to be true," Lin Yufan murmured. When she was studying, she had heard of this way of acting and always thought it was fake. "I didn't expect to see the original today." The other actors looked at Lin Yuan with admiration. Lin Yuan's skills were simply so impressive that they looked up to him. I've heard of actors locking themselves in a room to get into the role early. But I have never heard of making up small clips to put others into the play. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would have thought it was nonsense. Lin Yuan was very pleased to see the admiring expressions of the crowd. Isn't acting all about conquering the audience with acting skills? But thinking that his sister hadn't finished her act yet, he said, "Let's leave it at that for today. My sister and I will go back to the hotel first. I think it must have been a big blow to her today." "It's okay, you can go back." Lin Yufan did not refuse. Lin Yuan nodded and pulled Yang Mi away. But I felt a resistance, as if my sister was resisting. Just as he was about to turn around to find out what was going on, Yang Mi started moving again. Lin Yuan shook his head and put his thoughts aside. With Yang Mi's acting skills and her performance just now, how could she act alone? After the two left, everyone gathered around the monitor and watched the replay eagerly. I couldn't get enough of watching it just now. Back at the hotel, Lin Yuan picked up the ingredients he had just bought and prepared to make fried chicken wings. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from my shoulder. "R." Lin Yuan covered his saliva-covered shoulder and turned back quickly. Just happened to see Yang Mi with a murderous look on her face. "Brother, you're having fun scaring me. And you're bringing me into the show. Today, I'm going to tell you what a good show is." "Wait a minute, sister, let me explain." Chapter 32, Brother, Don't Go, I'm Scared. After playing around for a while, we had dinner. Yang Mi's anger also subsided a lot. She placed her long, beautiful legs on her brother's thighs, opened her phone and started checking Weibo. Soon a secretly photographed picture came into her sight. Yang Mi is a little bird, and the siblings behave very intimately. It was the picture of her walking into the airport arm in arm with Lin Yuan. They look so good together. They are such a perfect match. If you didn't say they were brother and sister, I would have thought they were a couple. I really envy my brother-in-law. Yang Mi has a proud look on her face, so they are definitely a good match. He and I are companion who will be together for 3 lifetimes. What are you looking at? Your eyes are shining. Lin Yuan looked at Yang Mi, whose eyes were like a wolf, and was very alert. Are you going to bite me again? The teeth marks on my shoulder haven't disappeared yet. I'm looking at my dear brother. What's wrong? Why can't you let me look at him? Yang Mi said in a loud voice. Look, just look. Lin Yuan waved his hand, not wanting to argue. Women are such strange creatures. Yang Mi curled the corners of her mouth. She liked the way her brother couldn't do anything to her. Isn't it true that such an omnipotent genius is helpless against himself? The more I looked, the more fascinated I became, especially when I thought about the feeling of solidity, security and happiness I had today when I was in his arms. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Some of them are obsessed and so annoying. Yang Mi felt confused and didn't know when she started to have other feelings for her brother. But because of the fact that they are siblings, they dare not express it. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Following closely on the heels of a howling gale, bin-sized raindrops hit the window. The crackling sound of the beatings, coupled with the ghost-like howling of the wind, was so sudden that even the timid ones would be frightened. When Yang Mi saw this, she cheered in her heart, thinking that God was really helping her. Lin Yuan's mood also improved. A rainy day meant that his sleep quality would be better. He likes to rest on rainy days. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan pinched Yang Mi's jade feet, put them aside, and was about to leave. But when she stood up, her thighs were clamped by Yang Mi's feet. "Brother, please don't leave. I'm scared. The wind outside is howling like a ghost. I don't dare to sleep alone. Please stay with me." Yang Mi shrank her neck and crossed her hands over her face. Her foxy eyes had lost their alluring charm, and her pupils trembled, making her look pitiful. "Is it true? Don't lie to me." Lin Yuan was unsure for a moment. Because based on his understanding of Yang Mi's acting skills, this look didn't seem like she was pretending, it seemed like she was really scared. "Yes, I am most afraid of thundery days." Yang Mi lowered her head and said weakly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan thought it was probably the aftereffect of scaring his sister today. "I had no choice but to say, okay, I'll just sleep on the floor and make do with it. I originally wanted to have a good sleep on this rainy day, but now I have to make do with it." Yang Mi nodded, seemed to be afraid, and didn't say anything. There was a sly light in his eyes. His brother had fallen into the trap, and the plan was half successful. As if she was really scared, Lin Yuan discovered that Yang Mi didn't cause any trouble while taking a bath today, but was actually very normal. Until lights out. "Brother, I know my bed. The thunder and wind outside are too scary. I can't sleep at all. Why don't you come up? I'll feel a little safer." "What?" Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed. Not good. What's wrong with that? It's just sleeping. The bed is so big that it can accommodate one more person. "Come up quickly, or I'll tell my parents about how you scared me today." The classic threat is back. Lin Yuan had no choice but to surrender. He lay obediently on the edge of the bed. After a tiring day of traveling, and with the help of nature, Lin Yuan soon fell asleep. Yang Mi heard a faint snoring sound beside her and poked her, but found no response. Then she carefully crawled to her brother's side, grabbed one of his arms, and leaned into his arms. Yang Mi smiled happily and fell asleep soon after. Early the next morning, when Lin Yuan opened his eyes, he saw a bunch of hair buried in his face and was about to raise his hand to lift it away. "But my arms felt numb and I couldn't use any strength at all. When I looked down, I saw an octopus. Damn it. I was used as a pillow all night. When did my sister launch a sneak attack?" Breakfast time. Yang Mi looked at Lin Yuan's shaking hands when he held the chopsticks, and said distressedly, "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Stop talking. It's my fault for being short-sighted this time. I didn't expect your acting skills are so good." Lin Yuan felt depressed. If Yang Mi hadn't revealed the secret when she got up, I would have been deceived for the rest of my life. This sister is so annoying. She has even started to trick her brother into sleeping together. What will happen in the future? After arriving at the crew, everyone on the set was looking at the siblings, or rather, at Lin Yuan, with admiration. After watching Lin Yuan's acting skills repeatedly yesterday, I was even more shocked. Especially the depiction of details and control of micro-expressions are simply amazing. Especially Reber, who had just arrived in the morning, so everyone gathered around the monitor and looked at it curiously for a while. I was completely addicted to it. I really envy Sister Mi. I want to be the heroine too. When she saw Lin Yuan coming, she rushed over impatiently. Chapter 33, I Can Be Your Girlfriend. "Morning, Sister Mi." Reber greeted Yang Mi, then turned to look at Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, I didn't expect your acting skills to be so great. Just average, third in the world." Lin Yuan laughed. Hearing this, Yang Mi smiled and said, "Who are the world's number 1 and number 2? Reber looked at Lin Yuan with curiosity. "Well, not yet." Lin Yuan looked confident. Yang Mi laughed, her brother was really narcissistic. "But my brother's acting skills are among the best in the world." Reber, on the other hand, looked surprised, and her chubby face puffed up, looking very cute. "Wow, so amazing? Lin Yuan, you must teach me more in the future." Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh, subconsciously pinched Reber's pretty face, and nodded in agreement. Yang Mi, who was standing by, felt a little jealous. Brother, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. We slept in the same bed last night, and today you're falling in love with someone else. Yang Mi never stops until she makes something shocking. When Reber heard this, she was stunned and pointed at the two of them, speechless. Lin Yuan said quickly, I don't know who is so afraid of thunder that he is holding me back from leaving. Reber finally reacted. She slapped her mouth and looked scared. It turns out that Sister Mi is shameless. I thought my man was kidnapped. No, why should I say Lin Yuan is my man? Fat Di, what are you doing? It's time to go to the shooting. Reber stood there in a daze, so Yang Mi had to pat her head. Reber touched her forehead and said, I told you not to call me fatty, I'm not fat. To be honest, she's not fat, just a little bit baby fat, which is quite cute. Lin Yuan nodded. Just turn your elbow outward. After saying that, Yang Mi took Lin Yuan's arm and walked into the set. Ever since Lin Yuan's acting skills were so outstanding in the audition yesterday, all the actors tried their best to give a good performance. Otherwise, when the film comes out, the acting skills will be so different that they will be criticized to death. Especially the actors who had to act opposite Lin Yuan, they performed at an extraordinary level. Of course, this is largely due to Lin Yuan's skills. He can get into the role before you start filming. When the filming officially started, everything happened naturally. The whole crew gradually got into the groove. The filming progress is also getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the scorching summer sun passed, the autumn wind blew, and the fallen leaves fell to the ground in twos and threes. Passers-by also put on their coats, but the beauties are still cool and blooming their youthful charm. Today is also the last day of recording of 3 Lives 3 Worlds. Of course, these are all supplementary shots, so there is basically no big problem. After the last shot was taken, Lin Yuan personally took the clapperboard and typed, cut. 3 Lives, 3 Worlds is finished. It's finished so soon. I can't believe it. I wish you great ratings. The actors and stagehands all cheered. Everyone was reluctant to leave and some felt like they hadn't said enough. I even wanted to watch Lin Yuan and Yang Mi film the finale again. Okay, everyone go back and pack up. See you tonight at Jinjiang International. If you don't come, you won't get a red envelope. Yang Mi clapped her hands and greeted at this time. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took action, because Boss Yang is the largest investor in the crew. Boss Yang is so generous. I want a red envelope too. Lin Yuan said with a wink and a smile. Go to hell. Yang Mi cursed with a smile, and reached out to hit Lin Yuan. After watching this drama, the relationship between the two has become better and better. Reber standing by pouted with a look of envy on her face. The little head shook and stared at Lin Yuan intently, not knowing what he was thinking. At the wrap party, Yang Mi was the producer, the female lead, and the investor. Actors, directors and other producers came up to toast. She was strong-willed and didn't let Lin Yuan stop her from drinking, and she ended up getting drunk. Fortunately, Yang Mi has a good taste in wine and falls asleep after getting drunk. I'm so tired. I didn't expect Sister Mi to be so heavy. You still have the nerve to say you're her brother and you don't even help. Reber panted, threw Yang Mi on the bed, and looked complaining. Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly and didn't explain. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Lin Yuan kept in mind the last time he was tricked into sleeping during the thunder and rain. What if Yang Mi pretends to be drunk again and then holds me back? Make a pillow again? Impossible, my right hand was sore for the whole day and almost broke. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't say anything, Reber, who had drunk a little wine, took advantage of the alcohol to express her thoughts in the morning. Lin Yuan, can you write another script? I want to be your heroine. Lin Yuan hadn't reacted yet and was about to ask why. Reber came up to me, looking aggrieved, and pouted her lips and said, if it weren't for Sister Mi interfering, I would be your heroine this time. Gulp tilde. Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva. At this moment, Reber's delicate face was no more than 3 centimeters away from him. He could clearly see the texture of her skin and even the hairs on her body. Reber's little mouth was super close to him, and he would kiss her as soon as she moved. If you promise me, I can be your daughter. Suddenly a cough interrupted Reber's confession. Ahem Tilda brother, are you there? I want to drink some water Tilda. Chapter 34, Yair calls. The next afternoon, Lin Yuan and Yang Mi returned home. Hey, that's strange, why did Reber go back alone first? Yang Mi touched her head which was still aching, and looked at Lin Yuan curiously. I don't know either. Lin Yuan shook his head and lied. Last night after Yang Mi woke up, Reber bit Lin Yuan on the left shoulder and then left with a red face. This is my seal. I have recognized you. You can't escape. Thinking of her last words, Lin Yuan felt a little overwhelmed. I don't want to escape. Why are you imitating Yang Mi? Why are you biting anyone? However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was when did the somewhat insensitive Reber fall in love with him. If her elder sister hadn't woken up, Reber wouldn't have stopped talking in the middle of her words. I don't know what she wants to say next. Lin Yuan thought about it for a while, and then gave up. After filming for nearly 3 months, he could finally relax. Why bother worrying so much? After thinking it over, Lin Yuan decided to go into the room and lie down. Since he had ordered takeout, he didn't have to cook. Artilder. At this moment, Yang Mi screamed. After she finished shouting, she took Lin Yuan's hand and said, Brother, look, has my voice improved a lot? Not at all. Your palate is too loose and the high notes are not clear enough. Keep practicing. Lin Yuan shook his head. When the TV series was being filmed, Lin Yuan wrote the theme song of 3 Lives 3 Worlds. Liang Liang, a classic duet between a man and a woman, also fully fits the emotional tone of the story. When Yang Mi saw this, she immediately abused her power and made the decision to sing the song herself. Unfortunately, the vocal range is too high and Yang Mi can't sing it at all. I have been practicing for more than a month now. I have made some progress, but it is far from enough. Lin Yuan had no way to help her and could only teach her based on his experience. I don't know what happened, but there seemed to be something wrong with the sign-in system in the past 3 months. He received the money for 3 full months. There are not even daily necessities. If you ask me, you should ask someone else to sing. I won't sing anyway. Lin Yuan was speaking the truth. He really couldn't sing. Hearing this, Yang Mi immediately became unhappy. I won't, I must sing, and you have to sing too. You are so good at playing instruments, you must be good at singing too. Lin Yuan was embarrassed. Isn't this just making excuses? He said helplessly, I'm not a god. I can do everything. Yang Mi glanced at Lin Yuan, totally unconvinced. You have to learn even if you don't know how to do it. It's settled, otherwise I will sleep in the same room with you every day. Female hooligan. Lin Yuan blurted out. Yang Mi raised her eyebrows, moved forward, hooked her arms around Lin Yuan, and pressed in. Today, I will let you see what a female hooligan is. After a long time, Lin Yuan was almost suffocated to death. Yang Mi finally let go of her hand, clapped her hands and said, It's decided. After I practice my high notes, we'll go record the theme song. Lin Yuan still wanted to refuse. Yang Mi said directly, otherwise, I will bore you every day. Damn it. Is it a big deal to be fierce? Lin Yuan complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only hope that the system would be alive. But seeing Yang Mi's smug look, it was swaying. Lin Yuan thought about it carefully and decided that it was actually good to keep quiet for a while. It could be considered an aerobic exercise, right? No words were spoken that night. Yang Mi did not break into Lin Yuan's room in the middle of the night. Lin Yuan opened the sign-in system as usual. Congratulations to their host for completing the sign-in. Congratulations to their host for winning 500W. Lin Yuan sighed, money again. I have already got several small goals in my account. Still need money. Is that all you can do now? Bite. Congratulations to their host, you have completed 100 sign-ins and received a gift package. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was delighted and quickly opened the gift package. Congratulations to their host for opening the gift package. You have obtained God-level singing skills and God-level medical skills. Damn it. A critical hit. Lin Yuan's face was filled with joy, and a long-lost stream of information immediately flooded into his mind. The continuous cycle of 2 careers made him feel a little dizzy. Sometimes he is a living miraculous doctor who saves people and has a fairy-like appearance. One moment he is the imperial king of pop and the world superstar. Fortunately, with the help of the system, Lin Yuan's head was not overwhelmed by the huge amount of information. It took a long time for Lin Yuan to come back to his senses. It feels comfortable. Lin Yuan sighed. These two skills come just right. Especially her god-level singing skills. Now I don't have to worry so much, afraid that I might be suffocated to death by my sister one day. At the same time, it can also quickly improve Yang Mi's singing skills. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would be a little tired of listening to his sister warming up her voice every day. Thinking of this, the sound of Yang Mi practicing her voice came from outside the door again. Lin Yuan sighed and walked out. He pinched Yang Mi's nose directly. "Brother, what are you doing?" "I'm practicing my voice." Yang Mi looked confused. Lin Yuan released his hand and said, "Let me teach you. Otherwise, with your level, you won't be able to sing this song next year." Yang Mi was delighted, stepped forward and gently touched Lin Yuan's forehead. "I know you're the best to me, brother. Let's get started." Lin Yuan wiped the lipstick off his forehead helplessly and began to teach. Not long into the practice, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. When Lin Yuan looked at the caller ID, it was Yair. Chapter 35, "You are wearing a white shirt that I like." "Hey, what's wrong, Yair?" "Big Mimi, our Northern Love TV show has broken 2 ratings. Let's get together to celebrate." "Are you in Shanghai now?" "Yes, when?" "This afternoon, 5 p.m., Blue Cloud Hotel, are you coming?" "Okay, but I want to bring my brother with me, is that okay?" Yang Mi glanced at Lin Yuan while speaking. "Okay, I also want to get to know that musical genius," Yair said with a smile. "HMPH, you little rascal, my brother is still young, don't do anything rash." Yang Mi immediately became alert. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's talk when we meet." After Yang Mi hung up the phone, she saw Lin Yuan approaching her. She put away her phone, put her right hand on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Xiao Yuan, come out to eat with me tonight. Don't stay at home every day, it's boring. It's really boring, especially you." Lin Yuan thought to himself, but did not dare to refuse, because the force on his shoulders was getting stronger and stronger. He nodded and said, "Yeah." Yang Mi was very happy to see that her brother agreed. She would let them see how powerful her brother is. However, thinking of what Yair had just said, she looked at Lin Yuan and reminded him, "Remember to be careful of Yair at night. She is a demon who eats people without leaving any bones." "Pooh. You're a brother control freak." Lin Yuan spat in his heart. Yair in his previous life was gentle, virtuous, enthusiastic about charity, kind and easygoing. But in my elder sister's mouth, she became a bad woman with a very bad reputation. That's enough. How can you say bad things about your friends like that? You are a small boss, but you are very bad. Lin Yuan immediately exposed Yang Mi's behavior. "What do you know?" Yang Mi tried to argue. "I don't know what's wrong with her, I just know that you care too much." After Lin Yuan said this, he looked at Yang Mi. Yang Mi felt a little nervous when being stared at, as if she had made her brother angry. "Am I really caring too much?" "Okay, I was wrong, don't be angry." Yang Mi quickly admitted her mistake. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Let's practice singing first. Follow my method. I'm going to make breakfast. I want to eat braised pork, is that okay?" Yang Mi asked tentatively. "Okay, wait." Lin Yuan responded. Yang Mi immediately laughed, and her brother was no longer angry. With the experience of god-level singing skills, Lin Yuan specially developed a vocal training method based on Yang Mi's situation. "After half a day, my singing skills have improved a lot and my efficiency is countless times faster than before." Yang Mi once said that Lin Yuan had been keeping something to himself before, and she simply changed her words and called him bad brother. Lin Yuan was helpless. The plug-in arrived too late. Who could he complain to? "Bad brother, just wear this," Yang Mi said, holding a white long-sleeved shirt. Lin Yuan took one look and rolled his eyes. "You women have ridiculous trains of thought. What's the difference between this dress and the one I'm wearing?" "There's a big difference, the buttons are different, didn't you notice?" Yang Mi said seriously. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, I give up. They are all white shirts. Why are there so many weird things? I won't change them. Yang Mi had no choice but to put away the clothes in her hands. The two walked out of their house. Yang Mi took Lin Yuan's arm and looked at her brother's profile. I think this one is better looking. You have good taste, my bad brother. Lin Yuan was speechless. This was what women were like. They changed their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book. For example, Reber was fine the day before yesterday, but she went back to her hometown alone early yesterday morning, and now we can't even contact her. The brother and sister arrived at the Lin Yuan Hotel without saying a word along the way. This is a 5-star hotel located on the Bund in Shanghai. Because of its good confidentiality and privacy, people from the entertainment industry like to come here to party. After all, no one wants to be accompanied by paparazzi flashes while laughing and chatting with friends. Mi, you're finally here. Yaya received the call and went downstairs to greet her. She soon saw Yang Mi in a black dress. Then she turned her eyes to Lin Yuan and was a little surprised. Lin Yuan was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt, navy blue casual pants, and a pair of white sneakers. His handsome face, slightly immature, gives him the feeling of a sunny boy next door. Yaya looked at Lin Yuan's smile and for a moment she felt as moved as if she were in first love. For a moment, Yaya felt as if she had returned to her youthful days in college. At that time, I fell in love with someone not because you had a car or a house, but because the sun was shining brightly that afternoon and you were wearing a white shirt that I liked. Stop looking. Your eyes are about to fall out. This is my brother Lin Yuan. Isn't he handsome? Yang Mi spoke quickly. Yaya's face turned red, she was so embarrassed. She didn't expect that she had been staring at her best friend's brother for so long. But Lin Yuan is indeed eye-catching, he has a unique temperament. She praised, Lin Yuan is very handsome, many girls should like him, right? Yang Mi shook her head and said, no, he doesn't socialize much. He just plays music and cooks at home every day. Yaya nodded and said, what about you? Why haven't you been heard from recently? I saw the paparazzi took pictures of you at Hengjin. I filmed a movie. I'll tell you about it later. Yang Mi kept it a secret. Yaya didn't ask any further questions and started talking about other things. Listening to the two women chatting, Lin Yuan only then realized that the gathering was attended by the previous leading actors of Northern Love, but Cheng Xiqing and Mo Xiaoqi did not come. Soon, the three of them walked into the box. Chapter 36, Do you really think my brother's talent stops here? As soon as I entered the room, the three people in the room came to greet me. Mimi is here? Come and sit here. Is this your brother? This is Zhang Sini. Wow, after so many days, Yang Mi has become more beautiful, and brother is also a handsome man. Li Chen praised politely. Are you here? Come and sit down. Zhang Yi nodded. After exchanging greetings for a while, everyone took their seats. Li Chen called the waiter to serve the food. Soon the food was served one by one. While Lin Yuan was eating, he listened to the gossips of the crowd, which were nothing more than who was the lover of that big capitalist, who had filmed a movie, etc. Eat for a while. Everyone started chatting. Li Chen held up a goblet and said, come on, let's have a toast to celebrate the 2-hour release of Northern Love. We also welcome Lin Yuan's arrival today. After a round of drinking, Yaya asked, we've been chatting for so long, but we've neglected Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, Sister Yaya, you are too polite. Listening to you guys talking about interesting things in the entertainment industry has broadened my horizons. Just some nasty foot-binding stuff. Zhang Yi said casually. Lin Yuan was ashamed. Zhang Yi was indeed an actor from the national team and he dared to say anything. Hearing this, Zhang Sini quickly changed the subject and said, hey, Mimi, I heard from Yaya just now that you have been filming for the past 3 months. Yaya also said, yes, you were just pretending to be mysterious, now it's time to tell me, right? What kind of movie are you filming? Why is there no news from the industry? The others also looked curious. No way. You should know that Huyar Media made a big move at that time. Yang Mi looked puzzled. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. At that time, Wanju Media gave up Palace Lock and Beat Curtain and filmed a TV show for you. It is said that Huyar invested 50 million yuan, and it only accounts for 50% of the total funds. MI, who is the investor for the other half of the money? When Zhang Sini asked, several people looked at Yang Mi again. Yang Mi was very pleased and said, Jiaxing Studio and my brother. Everyone was shocked again, but they were quickly relieved. Yang Mi's songs, Yuan, and Ningxia, are the money-making weapons this summer. Yair asked doubtfully, you don't have that much money, do you? Yang Mi nodded, the studio invested 30 million yuan, and Xie Yuan invested 20 million yuan. There is no need to keep this secret. After all, after the TV series is approved, this information can be easily found. Everyone was surprised again. They didn't expect that Yang Mi's brother was actually tall, rich and handsome. Zhang Yi was not interested in this. He asked, what kind of drama is this? The investment is so huge, and there is no news at all. Where did it come from? It's a costume romance drama, and the script was written by Xie Yuan himself. Yang Mi said, with a look of pride on her face again. As expected, Yang Mi said this. Several people stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes. Xie Yuan, can you write a script? Mi, you are not kidding, right? Is there really an all-round genius in this world? Seeing that everyone was questioning her brother, Yang Mi immediately said seriously, why would I lie to you? Do you think everyone at the party is stupid? Everyone laughed when they saw Yang Mi protecting her child. But I was very shocked in my heart. As a top-level producer in recent years, Huyar has produced TV series with very high ratings. It was able to make Huyar give up their Palace 2, which was about to be launched, and directly invest in Lin Yuan's script. This means that Lin Yuan's script is particularly good, so good that it can make Huyar give up the sequel to an already very successful IP. Mimi, you are so lucky to have such a treasure brother. I really want to do something naughty now. Yair sighed. Yes, he can write songs and scripts. There are very few such talents in the entertainment industry. Li Chen agreed. Not only are they few, they are extremely rare, said Zhang Sini. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and said, you are too kind. When everyone saw Lin Yuan's humble look, their eyes brightened. He was so talented at such a young age and not at all ostentatious. He was bound to become a great man. Zhang Yi, who had been silent, said at this time, Lin Yuan, let's add prestige and make friends. Seeing this, the others also took out their cell phones. Yang Mi on the side looked at them with a smile. Seeing this, Yair patted Yang Mi on the shoulder and said, Mi, you look so annoying. Yang Mi snorted and laughed, do you really think my brother's talent stops here? Several people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Yuan had other great strengths? Seeing this, Lin Yuan regretted coming to this party. Is this old lady here to have dinner with old friends or to show off? At this time, Yang Mi said mysteriously, actually, these things are nothing compared to Xie Yuan's acting skills. But this time, Yang Mi's words did not attract anyone's attention. Instead, it had the opposite effect. Because all the actors present are professional actors, especially Zhang Yi, who is from the national team. You said Lin Yuan is talented, that is a gift. But if you praise Lin Yuan's acting skills, it would be a bit exaggerated. How could a kid who is still wet in the water, has never acted in a movie, and has not even taken professional courses, have such great acting skills? Chapter 37, Lin Yuan knows it again. However, those present were all veterans in the entertainment industry. Although they didn't believe it in their hearts, they didn't show it and just smiled and agreed with Yang Mi. Yang Mi didn't notice the perfunctory attitude of several people, it seemed that they were too excited. He simply told the story of Lin Yuan's audition, slightly exaggerating it and telling it vividly. Until director Lin called out, cut, I hadn't come out of the play and was still immersed in that fictitious grief. Director Lin later said that there were only a few people in the world who had the skills my brother had. After Yang Mi finished speaking, she looked at the stunned crowd with a proud look on her face. My brother is awesome, right? Why don't you praise him? Lin Yuan covered his face and was speechless. It was obvious that Yair and the others were stunned, not because they were shocked by Lin Yuan's acting skills, but because they felt that Yang Mi was talking about something in heavenly books. Do you really think we are fools, playing tricks on us? It also creates fictional scenes to bring you into the play. It's a play within a play, and all of it is things you've never heard of before. Mimi, I know you like your brother very much, but there is no need to be like this. It's a bit too much. Yair said awkwardly. As a good friend, I can't say anything too radical and can only give gentle reminders. Yang Mi, it's boring if you do this. You're simply flattering your brother. Zhang Sini said seriously. Yang Mi was about to open her mouth to refute when she heard this, but Li Chen at the side spoke up. Har, forget it, it's getting late, how about we go sing? Li Chen laughed and changed the subject. No, we have to make this matter clear. Do you think I'm lying? Yang Mi refused to agree. These people actually questioned her brother. After hearing this, everyone felt a little upset. Why can't we bring up this topic? Sister, stop arguing. Didn't we talk about celebrating today? How about this, I'll sing 2 songs for you later, okay? Lin Yuan tried to smooth things over. From a moral and logical point of view, Yair and her friends did nothing wrong. After all, Lin Yuan's acting skills are too shocking. No one would believe it if they haven't seen it live. Anyone would be unhappy if Yang Mi acted so aggressively. Lin Yuan felt that there was no need to make things so awkward because of his acting skills. Anyway, the TV series has been released and everything has been revealed. There is no point in arguing now. We can't perform now, right? So this time when we go out to play, we will sacrifice the main thing for the sake of the secondary. Seeing her brother's dissuading look, Yang Mi realized her own misconduct and said, sorry, I drank a little and got a little excited. Let's go sing, shall we? It's okay, let's go sing, I've booked a private room. Li Chen greeted. Yair and Zhang Sini also nodded. Only Zhang Yi, who had been silent, was left, and everyone looked at him. Zhang Yi had just been thinking about what Yang Mi said, because when he was in the art troupe, he saw with his own eyes a national treasure-level actor who created a fictitious scene and brought people into the play. What she saw that time was astonishing, and Yang Mi didn't seem to be bragging. After all, people who had never seen it would have no idea that such a thing existed. Could it be that Lin Yuan really knows how to do this? Should I go and ask him for advice? When Zhang Yi thought of this, he raised his head and saw that everyone was looking at him. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that everyone was waiting for him to speak. He hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, what Yang Mi said really exists. I saw teacher Yang Shui use it in the art troupe before. WTF? For a moment, Li Cheng and his companions had question marks over their heads. We were all singing, why are you, Zhang Yi, bringing up something else? And what about Yang? Are you talking about teacher Yang? Li Chen looked excited. The others also stared at Zhang Yi intently. That's right, the chief's direct disciple, teacher Yang Shui. Zhang Yi pursed his lips and said. Everyone was shocked. The chief actor was the lead actor in the founding drama of the country, and also the first C-position drama actor in the country. Yang Shui has inherited the true skills from the chief actor and is one of the few national treasure-level actors today. But this kind of legendary acting skills, even if it exists, is it possible that a young boy like Lin Yuan can also do it? If it is true, then it is really a gift from God. Involuntarily, the way several people looked at Lin Yuan changed. However, he did not mention the issue of his acting skills anymore and decided to wait until the TV series is released and watch the show before making a judgment. After all, this kind of thing is too horrifying. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you really can't believe it. Yang Mi looked at the surprised expressions of the few people and instantly felt much more comfortable. Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. Did I go too far in using cheats at the beginning? I actually don't want to show off. But my sister is so enthusiastic, I can't do anything. After changing the topic, everyone went straight to the bar next to their hotel and opened a KTV. Yang Mi, who had been practicing her voice all day, was the first to grab the microphone. I directly ordered 2 songs, Nuan and Ningxia. After training for so long, Yang Mi's singing skills have obviously improved, and she performed the 2 songs perfectly. Mimi, I can't believe your singing skills have improved so much. Yair said in surprise. Yang Mi nodded and said with a smile, that's all thanks to Xie Yuan. His singing skills are countless times better than mine. He taught me everything. But she clearly remembered that Lin Yuan sang Liang Liang today and it made her cry. Everyone was shocked. Lin Yuan did it again. I'm afraid it's not a god. Chapter 38, Be an Ordinary Person. Do you really sing better than Mimi? Yair asked Lin Yuan directly. It's okay. Lin Yuan answered ambiguously. Lin Yuan's answer made several people feel favorable towards him. Compared to Yang Mi's boasting, Lin Yuan appears very humble. Especially Yair, after a brief contact, she became more and more curious about Lin Yuan. He is young, talented, yet very humble. If Yang Mi hadn't kept talking, one might have thought Lin Yuan was just an ordinary handsome guy. Especially when she heard that Lin Yuan was also a good singer, Yair became excited. Although a little surprised, he still asked curiously, Lin Yuan, why don't you sing 2 songs too? Yair, Mimi is supporting you so much, you should get excited. Come on, we are grown men, we are in KTV, why don't we sing a few songs? If you don't sing, I will. Forget about it, Chen. I still want to hear Xie Yuan sing. Lin Yuan blurted out. The enthusiasm of the crowd was really hard for him to resist. I had no choice but to nod and said, okay, I'll just sing 2 songs. Yair was delighted when she heard this. She walked to the song request booth and asked, what do you want to sing? I'll help you choose. Lin Yuan shook his head, picked up the guitar in the karaoke room and said, I'll play it myself. Everyone was stunned for a moment and became even more expectant. Because of the Blue Cloud Hotel, this bar is often visited by celebrities. In order to let the celebrities have a good time, there are guitars and keyboards in the karaoke room. Li Chen and his friends are already familiar with this kind of self-playing and self-singing operation, but they are very much looking forward to it this time. After all, Lin Yuan was praised by Huang Jian as a godlike performing master. After tuning the guitar, Lin Yuan picked it up again and sat quietly on the high chair. In an instant, the whole person's temperament changed. He said nothing, but seemed to have thousands of words to say. He was talented, but now he seems more like an ordinary person. The song has not been played. Yang Mi and the others' heartbeats quickened and they held their breath. Clang! A short whistle sounded. The melody was simple and melodious, yet mixed with the helplessness of the world. The song has not been sung. Everyone was touched and was completely brought into the mood of the song by Lin Yuan. Zheng tilde 2 rising tones, Lin Yuan spoke slowly. A good person like me. I should have lived a brilliant life. How come after more than 20 years? Still floating in the sea of people. A smart person like me. I've long said goodbye to innocence. Why did you still use a love story? To get a body full of scars. Its melody is not very gorgeous or complicated, and the lyrics are also very simple. But at this moment, Lin Yuan used his perfect emotion to sing every word of the song into the hearts of Yang Mi and the others. I feel so much emotion, but I don't know where to start. I could only watch Lin Yuan play and continue listening, hoping to find an outlet for catharsis. People like me who are confused. People like me looking for. People like me who do nothing. How many people have you met? A lonely person like me. A stupid person like me. People like me who are not willing to be ordinary. How many people are there in the world? A weird person like me. Will anyone feel sorry for me? Lin Yuan did not sing the whole song, but instead adopted the singing style of the main song plus the second chorus. When he blew the final whistle, Lin Yuan smiled with relief. This was his favorite song in his previous life. At that time, he found that he might not be that special. The feeling of being lost in the crowd made him feel uncomfortable. He felt very unwilling, but he was powerless. He knew that feeling very well, and it allowed him to sing the song perfectly. After singing, I felt relaxed and free, and completely said goodbye to the past. Because in this life, he knew that he was destined not to live an ordinary life. Looking around, the people in the audience, who were all glamorous superstars in their previous lives, were deeply moved by their own singing. Yair and the others had tears in their eyes and looked very sad. Even tough guy Zhongyi had red eyes. Before becoming famous, they all experienced days when they were unwilling to see their talents become ordinary. They struggled and tried to escape, but they didn't know where to go. Even after becoming famous, the world only sees their glamorous side. If you were to share your most ordinary days, people would call you hype. The line, will there be people who feel sorry for someone as inexplicable as me? Lin Yuan unexpectedly sang out their deepest desires. Especially Yang Mi, she was already crying with tears streaming down her face. She was not moved, but because of the emotion her brother expressed when singing, and the deep meaning in the straightforward lyrics. The younger brother in the lyrics is very lonely, confused, and even a little self-deprecating. My younger brother is a talented genius. Yang Mi and her brother have absolutely no common language in art. On the internet, netizens have questioned Lin Yuan's abilities in various ways. Maybe that's why my brother is so lonely. Yang Mi looked dejected. As his elder sister, she had no way to help him. Yaya also seemed to feel Lin Yuan's thoughts from the lyrics. She looked at Lin Yuan and wanted to comfort him. Lin Yuan, you know what? A talented person like you doesn't need to prove anything to anyone, because you are destined to be the focus of everyone's attention. The other people also looked concerned. After all, Lin Yuan was so young and full of ambition, yet he was also subject to much doubt. What if he became depressed? That would truly be the fall of a superstar and the demise of a genius. But the next moment, they wanted to kill someone. It's okay. I don't want to be famous. I just want to be an ordinary person. Lin Yuan smiled playfully. Chapter 39, Ton. The bitter wine goes down my throat and makes my heart ache. Puff tilde. After hearing this, Yaya burst into laughter and found the big boy in front of her even more interesting. Li Chen said helplessly, Lin Yuan, do you know that this sentence really deserves a beating? With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you become famous. Do you know how much the entertainment industry wants to be like you? As Zhang Sini spoke, there was some resentment in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, you ordinary people can't understand a person like me who is a nobody. Everyone was speechless. If someone else said this, they would definitely criticize that person severely. But after Lin Yuan said this, they really had no choice. After all, Lin Yuan's strength is there. If Lin Yuan wants to be famous, it won't be a problem for him to become an overnight sensation if he posts this original song online today. Yang Mi was no longer sad at this time. Instead, she felt a little disappointed. Why was her younger brother so indifferent? He had talent, but he had to hide it. Xie Yuan, I've never heard you sing this song before. What's its name? Yang Mi asked. For someone like me, I wrote this impromptu today because I was inspired by it. Lin Yuan said nonsense. This caused another round of surprise. The lyrics of this song are so rich in connotation that I originally thought that Lin Yuan had gone through many changes in the world before he wrote it with great effort. Is this actually an impromptu original song? We were worried about Lin Yuan just now. I'm afraid this wasn't written by Lin Yuan after he saw us? Zhang Yi then asked, Lin Yuan, where did you get the inspiration for this song? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then said reluctantly, of course, I was inspired by seeing your experienced eyes. Damn it. It really is. Dog. Everyone looked at each other, sadness in their eyes. Lin Yuan continued, after all, how can a talented person like me understand the pain of ordinary people like you? Only after seeing you did I understand and wrote this song. Cough cough. Zhang Yi covered his mouth and coughed a few times, feeling very choked. Ton. Li Chen picked up the beer and started drinking. Zhang Sini slapped Yang Mi and said with a complaining look on his face, Mi, it's all your fault. You insisted on bringing your brother here and made us suffer a psychological trauma here. Har, I don't want to do that either. Xie Yuan is so outstanding. He shines wherever he goes. Yang Mi looked proud. Lin Yuan also laughed. He felt a great sense of accomplishment to be able to conquer these stars with his talent. Yaya looked at Lin Yuan with curiosity at this time, and her eyes were full of stars. A netizen said, beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare to find. Lin Yuan's sunny and handsome appearance, coupled with the way he was dressed today, made Yaya feel as if she had once dreamed of her first love when she was young. As soon as they met, she felt her heart was moved. Most importantly, Lin Yuan has shown amazing talent in music, is humble, and is humorous. Not only that, Yaya also thought of something else. She turned her head and looked at Yang Mi enviously. Over the past 6 months, my best friend Da Mimi's acting career has been smooth sailing and her net worth has soared. All this is thanks to Lin Yuan. Writing songs, writing scripts, and now teaching Yang Mi to sing. With Lin Yuan's help, Yang Mi's future heights are definitely beyond Yaya's imagination. Although she has a gentle and easygoing personality, it does not mean that she is not ambitious, and she also has ambitions for future achievements. I really hope I can have Lin Yuan's help. At this moment, Yair was really attracted to Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, Yair asked indirectly, Am I, does your brother have a girlfriend now? Hearing this, Yarn Mi immediately became alert and asked cautiously, What's wrong? Zhang Sini looked at Yarn Mi's nervous expression and couldn't help laughing. Mi, you look so nervous, as if someone is stealing your man. Lin Yuan is your brother, he will have a love relationship in the future, right? Yes, as a man, I have to advise you that Xie Yuan has a broad future stage and you can't be too involved, especially when it comes to feelings. I don't know if you have heard that talented men love romantic women. Li Chen looked like an experienced person at this time. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said, Chen, you are just talking nonsense here. You are the little prince of the capital nightclub, don't teach Lin Yuan bad things. He is still young. But Yang Mi, you really can't watch him too closely when you have time. That's right, it will have a counterproductive effect. Yair advised. Everyone's advice made Yang Mi fall into deep thought. She thought that Lin Yuan was angry this morning because she was too nosy. However, she still couldn't let it go. She felt jealous when she saw her brother with Reber, let alone him being in a relationship with a girl. Am I really like what Reber said, that I am a brother con? Lin Yuan then said, Everyone, don't worry about this problem. My sister is doing very well. She has saved me a lot of unnecessary trouble. In Lin Yuan's eyes, as long as he wanted, Yang Mi couldn't control him at all. What's more, Yang Mi is now being criticized by everyone and can't even speak. She has to help herself out. When Yang Mi heard this, her eyes were filled with joy. Her brother was so nice to her. The others, however, were full of envy. With Lin Yuan around, Yang Mi would surely take off in the future. Even though it has already taken off. Yair suddenly realized that in order to get close to Lin Yuan, she had to start with Mimi.